Hello guys and welcome at the ProQuest Plus that we're holding next to our Battle Hardened that we had a pleasure to host yesterday. Yesterday it turns out that the best player in the room was Filip Mikołajczyk piloting Syndra. So after 7 rounds of Battle Hardened into top 8, Filip finished in the first place piloting Syndra. So once again, congrats to him. But today, I think we have quite a special event.
Absolutely. This is like the first event in Poland in Sage, like a rated event. So we're definitely going to have some spicy stuff for you ready.
Yeah, that's the first Silver Age event that we're hosting. I don't want to say worldwide, but honestly, I did not have the pleasure to watch any, official like ProQuest or RTNs hosted in Silver Age yet. So we had a pleasure to do that. And for the first game, we had some up-and-coming star of the Silver Age format for now, which is Chain, that will be facing the Barrier. So 2 of the Runeblades known in the Rave are gonna face off against each other in the round 1, and we'd like to invite you to watch it with us. So we've got Paweł Sosnowski on a Chain and Tomasz Stanicki on a Barrier in that first round. So Anya, what do you think about it?
I mean, definitely the game is not going to take a lot of time. I think the guys will just, be doing some math when it comes to just how many attacks they can present, but definitely the game is going to be done like in literally a few rounds tops.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, it's a face-off between 2 very aggro decks, and they don't really want to hit breaks anytime soon, so blocking is only a necessity if you're going to die. Apart from that, it's all gas, no breaks from here. So if you're looking for equipment suite, we've got both Beckoner Mistblade boots for both the Paweł and Tomasz. And when it comes to the equipment suite on the chest piece, we've got Garland of Spring as well as the
Beckoner for Paweł also, so they're gonna be able to block as much as possible when it comes to use of equipment, and this is mostly what they're going to be happy to block with. They're not probably gonna use a lot of cards to block with, and we can see already Tomasz starting with a 5 go again with the
Skizik, I believe it is. So Tomasz starting off strong with the first round, and let's see how Paweł would like to approach it. Of course, you want to send some cards to block it out since it's the turn 0 and you don't want to leak any unnecessary damage, but you also want to keep your hand possibly unfiltered if you find some exotic and very good pieces in your hand to maybe send towards Tomasz. So right now Paweł is trying to resolve Sigil of Suffering, trying to ping Tomasz for 1, which is happening, therefore it blocks for 4, covering the whole amount of damage that Tomasz would like to send. So even that was the Tomasz's first turn 0.
He was the only one to take damage. And actually, notably, we can see that even though we have both players on Runeblades, there is no AB, so they're not going to be blocking the arcane damage very much.
Yeah, they're not. It won't be much. I think it won't be much preventing since they run no AP, but it won't be much blocking either. It's important to notice that Paweł runs Spell Void
1 on the headpiece.
Yeah, it's Spell Void 2 on the headpiece, so he's fine with preventing some of Tomasz arcane damage that might be sending towards him, but it's also very important that Ebony Fault is gonna be used offensively for Chain, so we'll have to see how it's gonna turn out. So right now Phantom Bounce is being sent. It's 7 go again towards Tomasz, and Tomasz only presents
1 block value of the Beckoner.
So 6 damage leaking through, and Tomasz almost hits half of his total HP. And now Deathful Way to follow it up with, of course, Chain activation somewhere in between. And Tomasz said, no breaks, no blocking. I'm at 8 right now, and we'll try to figure something out from here.
I mean, he has a like basically five card hand, so he's definitely gonna be cooking up something really big. But Scar for his cards are definitely not start when you're on lower HP. What I'd like to point out right now is that as Tomasz was starting, he's probably gonna be less favored into the aggro mirror, we could say. So it's probably gonna be one of the last turns of the game.
I mean, it looks like Tomasz will try to scramble his way back into this game. Right now, sending 0-4 with Go Again in the form of a Scar for a Scar is, of course, a great way to do that. We'll have to see how it will turn out. And right now, we've got...
Second strike for Go Again.
Yeah, for Go Again in form of the second strike. So far, even though our top finals finished yesterday when it comes to Battle Hardened, we also see 0-4-4, 0-4-4, 0-4-4 in this format.
Absolutely, this just goes well for any kind of format. So
I'm wondering if Paweł is just able to say no blocks, just give me all of your hands if you feel like it. Another second strike. So if that trends continue and the remaining two of Tomasz's card do 4 damage as well, Paweł won't be able to say no blocks on all of them. He will need to throw some equipment at least towards them. So they evened out.
Paweł is hoping to use his Beckoners on this turn. He could probably be hoping for the Starfall to be attacking, because if it will, yes, absolutely. So yeah, we have the Starfall attack coming for to Go Again. So this is the best way to use the Beckoner equipment.
Yeah, definitely a great opportunity to throw in the Beckoner's Mistblade under that attack, since it's not only gonna get pumped and you'll be able to extract one more value for it throughout the whole game. So Garant of Spink, like, you might say that it wasn't the greatest usage, but it forced a block from the equipment suite of Paweł, therefore saying that if you want to defend more, you'll most likely be either lower if you want to defend only with the boots, or potentially even with a card from hand.
Okay, so we had the Captain's Call being played.
In a pair up with the Bracers of Belief. So right now we're gonna resolve the Arcanic Shockwave.
With no fuse, notably, so no arcane damage coming off of this. And Paweł is no longer gonna be able to just say no blocks. He's gonna have to commit at least a card or some equipment to this.
So, as we can say, the Paweł is not the happiest about it. He would like to play a simple game of Flesh and Blood, saying no blocks. I would just like to send all of the damage I have in my hand towards your face, please. But it's currently... Oh, thank you, Tomasz, for clarifying that. It's currently 8 damage coming towards Paweł's face, and it comes for lethal. So, of course, you can use the boots to cover it up by 1, but then you're very, very, very...
opens to the Sigil of Suffering, so Paweł definitely has to keep that in mind.
Any form of arcane damage, to be honest, because, as we said, you can use Ebony Fold to spell void it, but it's a one-time use, and second of all, you'd like to use the Ebony Fold offensively to banish a card from your hand that will be able to use with the Renegade keyword, and then possibly send even more damage towards Tomasz, because it doesn't only lets you banish a card, it also lets you draw a card if that card was Shadow, which chain runs a good
quite
amount
a lot of. Yes. So we see that Paweł hit a Deathly Wail off of the Shackle trigger.
And I think that's a red Deathly Wail, so that's quite a card to hit. He still has a chain activation in front of him. So Tomasz playing out of 4 cards. We've got the Malefic in hand, which doesn't block for much, unfortunately.
However, Tomasz has Embodiment of Earth, so it's going to make up for some of the lower value when it comes to the blocking abilities.
Get out of jail card in form of creating a rune chant that will most likely allow to send that Deathly Wail from the banished zone. And right now, Pavel resolves the Envelop in Darkness as a way to pump up his next attack, as well as creating a rune chant. So the next rune attack gets +3, and it's a great way to resolve both the offensive side in the form of rune chants, as well as pumping up the Deathly Wail that's being sent. So it's 3 arcane damage. Tomasz immediately takes it, not that he has a way to not take it or prevent it, since he did not present any form of arcane barrier in his equipment. And now he's forced to block, even though he blocks. Oh no, sorry. Through Embodiment of Earth, he's able to fully block it.
Yes, that's correct. So Pavel is not gonna have such an easy time to actually kill Tomasz
taking
this
1.
turn. Yeah.
Taking 2, actually. Okay, I thought that's because he could block for 3 as well. So, sure.
That's not the reprint. That's not the misprint that happened in that deck. But
Okay, I see. So Nebula Blade to finish it off for arcane, and it bought the whole hand from Tomasz. So right now they're in a bit of a pat situation, since Pavel used all of his hand to send the damage towards Tomasz, and Tomasz was able to block it out, but he did it mostly thanks to the Embodiment of Earth. But it's also worth noticing that still leaked some damage, even though he had the Embodiment of Earth. And now very unlucky banishes from Pavel's side. 2 Malefics going down to the banish zone. This card won't be able to be utilized on an offensive side from Pavel. We've got Read the Runes, and as well as Spellblade Assault, Deadly Delights, and 2 copies of Spellblade Assaults. Okay, so the Ebony Fold will most likely be used here, trying to, I believe, send that Deathly Delight to the banished zone, drawing a card from that. One of those Spellblade Assaults, if it is a blue, will most likely be pitched to generate 2 additional resources, since Pavel will be also drawing a card and utilizing it from the banished zone later. And that's a blue Spellblade Assault, right? So what's the card being drawn from Pavel? We'll still get to see that. Now proceeding with the chain activation, giving the next action Go Again. So now Spellblade Assault, so it's 4 Go Again, 1 Rune Chant before that, due to the and the Go Again is due to the usage of Soul Shackle. I mean the ability of Chain.
we can see that Tomek already took the arcane damage of the rune chant, and as his cards is not really made to block really well, he committed 2 cards to fully block the attack.
And now it's unfortunately GG's for Tomasz, since the 2 rune chants created on the back end are coming towards his face. So a quick standoff between 2 of the rune blades, and Chain keeps on dominating the format, the way the deck is constructed, allowing you to banish a card and send extra damage straight from the banish zone towards your face, as well as generating a rune chant, which very few decks can afford to prevent in this format, since their equipment suite is not really. You can either block the high impact of aggro decks in form of Beckoners and the other equipments, and you have a trouble to actually stuff equipment for the arcane barrier later on. So a quick win for Pavel.
Absolutely. Do you think that it was mostly caused by the Chain's ability to create another card? Like, he's basically playing with 1 additional card every single turn. Do you think this was the reason for the win, or was it also caused by the fact that Pavel most likely won the die roll and went second?
So, of course, going second in an aggro matchup is very beneficial for one of those players, especially the one going second. But I also think that, this was like 3 or 4 turns,
Yes.
a very speedy game. And I think Pavel was able to hit like 2 good cards from the banish zone, like 1 Deathly Delight and 1... Oh, sorry, I can't remember, but there was Deathly
Wail, yes.
Deathly Wail. So, of course, he got some hits. Like he could have, of course, banished cards that did not had any synergy with the Runegate card and couldn't be played from the banished zone. As happened in the very last turn of the game from his side, that he banished 2 Malefics and had nothing to do, therefore had to get a get out of jail card in form of the Ebony Fold, banishing Runegate card and then drawing another one. But
I think he generally just did not miss the value as much, because we can just see that he used a Beckoner to block for 2, which is like not very easy to do in this format as it goes so quickly. You don't necessarily have a chance to block the weapon attacks, so he used the value there. I think we can both agree that the shackles were worth more than that one embodiment of Earth when it comes to how much value generated.
Well, Chain as well as Oldhim are being currently a menace in the Silver Age format. Whenever I look at the top 8 results from any tournament that's being held in the Silver Age format currently, it's all Chains and Oldhims, literally. People thought that Ira is going to be the queen of the format, possibly due to her nature, how she dominated early game of Flesh and Blood in the Blitz format.
Yeah, however, it was also partially because the Drone of Brutality was a card that was legal back then. So I think it was just possible for her to just generate value like for a longer time.
In the end, most likely, but in the end, turns out that it's the Chain and Oldhim that really pack a punch in this format currently. Chain just does well too much with his ability, and it's I'm sorry, it's way too versatile. It gives go again. It allows him to fix his hands. It allows him to banish extra cards from hand, from the top of the deck that have a possibility to be later used as offensive side of his deck. So, and on the other hand, we've got a block slop Oldhim that just blocks for 4 every attack, and if you have a way of not blocking, he'll be sending like all typical for Guardian attack towards your face.
So which one do you think would be more likely to win if we have in the top 8 both Chain and Oldhim?
So I can only speak for the tendencies, and there's a tendency that, first of all, there's more Chains than Oldhims. I believe there's a nature that if you're playing aggro, you have way less decision that you need to take throughout the course of the game that might be longer. And there's way less room to make a mistake. I'm not saying that playing aggro is, of course, like very one-sided, but
yeah, however, sometimes you will just simply either draw the cards or not, and there were not many decisions to be made. So like if there's not many decisions that you have to make, there's not as much room for error.
Yeah, and if you're planning to block, you can always, well, if you pack all 3 blocks into your deck, you know that whatever you drew, you can always block 12 in your turn. The finesse, I think, comes in piloting that in a way that will also allow you to close out the game in a timely manner. Of course, Oldhim ability, allowing him to slow down the opponent and in a form of taking his back, forcing an opponent to take one of his cards from hand back to the top of the deck, or prevent 2 of the damage that's coming through. So, of course, very, very, very defensive hero. But coming back to your question, and I think Chain is simply better.
Okay.
That's the results that are showing currently in the Silver Age, and there's no stopping Chain. I don't blame Power for choosing him as the hero that he wants to run this ProQuest with. We've seen in the pool that there's some fan favorites, like people are returning back to their old LL heroes. Azalea,
This is a
Lexi.
way where you can actually just go for it, right?
Yeah, I've seen Pleiades in a pool even, so...
that's
was
not gone from any
surprising.
format, but yeah, sure, you can go ahead and try.
Yeah, so I think people are returning to their loved heroes that already LL'd, but if you were to try hard as of now and come to such a tournament where there are stakes at the tables and you can win an invitation to the Pro Tour, well, I think the Chain is the way to go, simply.
Okay. I guess we'll have to take a look at the meta breakdown probably after this round, and we'll see how many chains we have for you guys.
Yeah, so that'll be all for the first round. We'll try to pick some spicy matchups for the round 2, and
we'll see how the blade is managed. So
yeah,
maybe if she did well.
Yeah,
That
fingers
is
crossed
something
she
that we
won,
can.
and we can feature her on a 1-0 table. So that will be for all for the round 1, and we're gonna hit a short break and stay tuned for round 2. Welcome back at ProQuest Plus, being held today in Gdańsk, next to the Battle Hardened that we had the pleasure to host yesterday. We've got Pepe here with me in the commentator booth.
Hello.
Hello, Pepe.
Yeah, we would like to invite you for the next rounds, basically, for this event, the Silver Age, and we have the new hero prepared for you. One of the newest hero, the Bravo Fluttering
Showman.
Yeah, and we will be creating the OG, actually the first hero in this game, so Ira Crimson Haze.
Yep.
And yeah, we have 2 players prepared. They are starting to prepare themselves. In a few minutes they will be able to start, and we can jump to the feature table.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a break from all the chain and all the rune bladery that's being currently held in a Silver Age format, and we've got a classic throwback to good old Flesh and Blood. That's Ira versus Bravo.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think in the later rounds we will not be able to get away from chains and briars. But right now, let's stick to some fun matchups. Sure. All matchups are fun, of course, but there will be this will last for a longer time, I believe, than the matchup before. And yeah, so Jakub Tambor is playing Ira, so we have mixed up images in the background. Yeah, and Sylvester Benedict is playing the Bravo. Also, we unfortunately don't have art for the new Bravo, but Bravo is a Bravo, you know. He just changed some clothing, and
what does this Bravo do, Piotr?
The new one? For 2 mana, this Bravo can turn card in arsenal face up, and if this card has a crush effect, it gets dominate and +2.
I see. So it looks like it's quite a good hero in the format, right? If you can get dominate and +2 at your disposal, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, you know, like this format, usually heroes have 20 HP, 20 life, and that's +2 and dominate. You know, it just takes few attacks to defeat the other hero usually, but Ira, you know, Ira as well got +1 effect, the old good +1 effect, and I think we are good to go. We can let players that we can start, and they are.
And we've got a full suite of almost full suite of Beckoner blade equipment from Sylvester's side. Just one exception with the Civic Steps. And when it comes to Jakub equipment, we've got the Blade Beckoner helm, Blood Sands on a chest slot, Tearing Shuko when it comes to the arm piece, and of course Pouncing Paws for the leg slot. So pretty standard things for Ira, nothing that we did not see. And we can see that Sylvester would like to resolve on the edge of their seats on the turn 0 and proceed with the arsenal. So we can say that in the 3rd turns, once the on the edge on their seats will pop, it will be quite a huge attack coming towards Jakub. But for now, it's just good Ira stuff. Flex Claws for go again into most likely something that will present some. I mean, do you think Ira will present disruption during this match, or do you think it will be simply good old value-based Flesh and Blood?
I think like there will not be a specific disruption. I think the only disruption is on hit go again, probably, or something close to that. And yeah, Ira just wants to present like usually Kodachi for 2, Kodachi for 1, Kodachi for 2, and then some kind of finisher like 1 for 5 or 4 for 0. Of course, deck has some go again attacks just to be more aggro, but you know, basically it's the stable damage per turn that you want to preserve throughout the whole game.
Yep.
And as I said, you know, the on hits go again, the Soul Beat Strike is one of the cards I mentioned. If it hits, it gets go again, and if Jakub will be left with any more cards after this, he could be playing some other finishers.
Yeah, so Sylvester took the hit from the Soulbeat Strike, but sniffed out that Jakub doesn't really have a follow-up in hand, and he would like to proceed with arsenaling the last card in his hand, therefore not utilizing the go again that he got from the text on the Soulbeat Strike.
And we have first Bravo activation, and there is a Boulder drop.
Ooh.
Red, so it will get +2.
And dominates.
And dominates, so it will come for 5. And this is pretty good disruption. And as it's put, if this crashes, the opponent must put the card on the top of their deck.
Yeah, so it's 9 dominates, and crash effect, of course, will be very relevant. But what the Guardians have access to is very important. You can see the 2 floating in a pitch zone, and you, as a Guardian player yourself, Piotr, you know what this can mean.
Yeah, like the Sylvester prepared this turn very well with Seismic on the board. That allowed him to have 2 floating, and the pummel exists in this format, of course, and this could end up not only with 1 card put on top of the deck, but also +4 and a card discarded. But we just have to wait and see what Sylvester will respond to the Reinforce the Line played
I think it's
from Jakub.
unmovable, potentially, or not.
No, it was not pitch. I believe it's the Rainbow Foil Reinforce the Line. And I think that Sylvester just decided to pass, probably prepare another crash attack to put in arsenal and utilize this Bravo ability every turn, because, it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think the very big benefit of the Bravo's ability is that you don't have to prepare it the turn before, like with the heave effects that you might have, because it'll be you'll be needing to pay for that and also block during your turn, so there'll be a lot of cards. Well, let's not say wasted, but used suboptimally. And I think the fact that you can, leave some resources on the head and get the immediate effect on it is a big plus for playing the new hero in the Silver Age format.
Yeah, of course. That's just, I would say it's just better ability than the OG Bravo. And back to Jakub, we can see that he's just doing
classic Flesh
the
and
whole
Blood.
block, the whole
Kodachi for
plan.
1, Kodachi for 2 into a Snatch.
Yeah.
So Snatch blocked out, even though Jakub had a card in hand, so he would be arsenaling a card anyway. Sylvester decided that's 4 damage being sent his way. It's way too much. So On the Edge of Their Seat is being activated right now. So the next attack is gonna get pumped.
By 3, I believe, because of the blue copy, but it's still quite a big threat, as we can still activate the Bravo ability. We'll just see what Sylvester decided to do, but that's exactly what happens, and we'll see what probable on-hit will be presented. And I just wanted to mention before that Jakub came prepared for the specific matchups as...
That's the fault line being sent.
Yeah, that's the fault line. But what I wanted to say, that Jakub came prepared with Reinforce the Line, so even that fault line right now is on the line. This is the second copy, you see, and Jakub knows what he's doing. He knows how to go around the Bravo. And as we can see, that fault line is basic 7, but it was played from Arsenal, so it gets +1.
It's 12 dominate.
It's 12 dominate because of the Bravo and the pump from the beginning of the turn. And it hit Jakub for 5, but the Reinforce the Line was in Arsenal, so the actual crush effect was not online, was not making any disruption.
Yeah, but that was quite a punch sent from Sylvester's side. I'm sorry to say that, but even though the Guardians are the class that has access to all those tall attacks being presented, I'm not very used to them actually sending them. You usually use them to block.
Yeah, but this Bravo is not very defensive. It's a defensive kind of Guardian. There is no defensive ability like on Oldhim. It just says +2 and I'm gonna hit you,
Okay, I see.
I think that the hammer could be used at the later game, at the late game.
Yeah, it's a great fatigue-ish late game style weapon.
When
like
Jakub is on 1 life or something close to that, this 4 damage.
Oh wow, that's a quite equipment suite being committed. But we know that Sylvester has a pummel in hand.
That's right.
So he might need to commit more equipment, or at least he felt like he needs to commit more equipment to preserve more cards in hand and threaten and send the pummel.
Yeah, like the pummel is, I believe, the most powerful card. I would call it one of the most
In this
most powerful,
format, yeah, it looks like it is. Jakub also arsenaled attack reaction, and it's a Razor Reflex.
That's right. There is, of course, very powerful, as has always been in ninjas, especially in Aira and Katsu, when we could push for some on-hits. And now Sylvester is left in the whole hand. The life totals are pretty similar, but the pummel can just turn the game over for the Sylvester, and we just have to see. And there is a boulder drop from hand, so I believe the Sylvester just wants to push through the double disruption on hit on boulder drop, but I think that Jakub has to know. He has to feel that, Sylvester just he has 3 cards in total to be played this turn, and he knows that he won't be able, he wants end the turn with IP2 basically.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to say, that a Guardian player presents you in an attack and has 2 cards in hand and cards in arsenal, and he can do whatever he wants with that, most likely threatening a pummel. And well, do you think Jakub is in a game state that he's allowed to say, I can try to deal with it? Because we can see that Jakub hand doesn't block as good, I'd say. We've got Rising Crane as a most likely blue pitch during this turn. We've got another blue.
Yeah, we have some blue cards that block free the standard ninja setup for resources, and we don't see other cards. The thing is, if I think it's all blue hand actually that blocks 12, as I'm seeking correctly.
Okay.
And then if Jakub just decides to take it all on the chin, he will be left out with just 4 life total and with 2 cards in hand. And I don't think you can just turn it over for you.
We've got cut through in Jakub's hand.
Okay, it's
as well.
cut through.
So we've got at least 1 red confirmed, but I think he's not trying to gamble with it. He said, you know what, I'll just block 12 and proceed to the end of my turn. But
I think this is a good decision, because boulder drop is one of the most dangerous on-hits that Sylvester can present throughout the game. It's the 2nd copy already. So now Sylvester has to find something as good as the boulder drop.
Definitely.
Because pummel is always a good on-hit, but is it enough?
I always, in these situations, as a player and commentator, I have a very... I'm debating in my head, because even if I block 12, I mean, I don't get pummeled. I don't get damaged. But it's not like Sylvester pummel is going anywhere. It stays in his hand. And right now, it allowed him to set another boulder drop.
Yeah, this time is a blue copy, but it gets +2. Yeah. It's a 7 dominate, and we still have 2 cards.
He has the
and
pummel
there is still a pummel. Okay, there's a Sirens put to the block, so we'll heal 1 if it enters the graveyard. There's a pummel, so it's basically 11 with double on hit.
Yep.
And Jakub will be left with only 1 card for his turn. Probably doing Kodachi.
And since the Siren is, Siren's red copy, but it's blocks for 2 and will gain him a 1 life, so it'll be net 3 in total when it comes to value.
So but, 8 life.
It's
will be taken away from Jakub,
and it's looking pretty grim from Jakub so far.
Okay, Jakub just managed to keep the Scar for a Scar in his hand, just to send 4. Is better than 3 total from Kodachi's. Now Jakub will heal 1 and just send 4. But, even if... I think Sylvester, even though he doesn't have Arsenal, so he cannot utilize Bravo's ability.
Another pummel in the hand for Sylvester.
Another pummel. And that's just what Sylvester wants to see. We can see Disable, some other blue pitch, and there's...
4 go again in form of Scar for a Scar from Jakub's side on Aira. Do you think it's a point of the game when Sylvester can say no blocks and just send the damage at Jakub?
I think this Bravo and specifically Guardian decks are not built this way, and you have to set up some way. So, the Bravo ability is the way to end the game. So it's probably in some way place to start swinging with hammer and trying to set up the next turn.
I see.
And even though you can swing with hammer right now, you can pummel the hammer. So if Jakub decides, okay, I have to turn this game around, and I will just not say no blocks to this hammer, it will get pumped to 8 and just can end the game on the spot.
Yeah.
So I think this is disabled that cannot be played if the pummel is red, and it's probably macho grande. So what Sylvester will end is just swing with hammer and set up one card in arsenal. Oh no, it was not.
It's grind them down being currently set from Sylvester's side. So interesting. I was thinking about honestly the line with the hammer swing with the Titan Fist, but grind them down, it's coming for 5, and it has the crush effect. When it deals 4 or more damage, the hero destroy the top cards of their deck. So support from a bit to the fatigue-ish playstyle of Guardians that we might not yet see in this game, of course, due to the nature of Silver Age format and how quick it is. But apart from that, interesting. I was thinking that maybe he would like to send send the Titan's Fist and threaten the potential pummel to end the game over there. But I guess arsenaling a pummel is not bad either.
Maybe he just decided, okay, this card is just one more threat, one more damage to threat the opponent, and just I'll leave the pummel, so I'll get rid of the hero ability for some time.
Yep.
And just say I'll just draw some good big attack and try to pummel it, and that would be just enough to end the game with 6 life in Jakub's side. But right now the cut through is going on and going to hit Sylvester, and it's 4-go again. So in total right now it's the 7 damage total, and we can see that Jakub has another 4-4-0 in his hand.
But Sylvester saying I would like to declare no blocks. Now pouncing paws being used and tearing Shuko.
So basically Tiger for 1-go again.
Tiger.
2-go.
What a lovely Tiger.
He's got +2.
So
that's very sweet Tiger. Yeah, I think.
And now the last card being played, we get to see that yet. It looks like the card might be Smash Back Elhorn. No. Smash Up. Okay, so
Smash Up, yeah. I think it's the on hit is destroy the arsenal or a card in hand, but I just have to double check it. Yeah.
It's the Smash
It
Up.
destroys, it's turn the face up, turn the arsenal face up, and if it's attack action in arsenal, destroy it. But Jakub doesn't know that there is a pummel in hand, but there is a razor reflex. Razor reflex,
yeah. So Sylvester in quite of a pickle. It's a pummel.
Yeah, so now Jakub knows it's a pummel. That's a good info to have. But I think it doesn't matter that he knows it. Maybe I think that depends on what attack Sylvester sends. And it's actually a red chokeslam, if I see correctly.
It's a chokeslam, but when it comes to color, I will still have... Yeah, it's a red one.
It's a red one, so it's 8 with...
2 floating. I wonder... what that might be.
Now Jakub doesn't have to think. He knows. He knows what's coming. So it's basically 12 with on hit.
Yeah, is that a writing on the wall for Jakub, or do you just... Because if you block 12, Sylvester said pass, and you're left with 6 HP and 4 cards from Sylvester's side to
But
deal
what
with.
is the other way you can go around? If you just block 9, you take 12. So just 3 going through and the pummel. So you
that's
the
what
card.
I'm asking you. Like, how would you approach that scenario from Jakub? Because
I think you have to take the pummel away from Sylvester to just continue the game.
how
if
would
you
like
just
to
block
do that?
12
Yeah.
and wait for another attack, you'll just get fatigued because Sylvester will be spending 1 card to take all of your
Yes.
cards, and that will not end good for Jakub. And if Jakub gives all his hand to block, then Sylvester has no intention in sending pummel, as it will just not threat any discard on hit.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation, I'd say. I don't know what I would do if I were in Jakub's seat. I guess I'd be blocking, but as you said, I would have to wait for some kind of miracle to happen, that Sylvester would be having like all blues in the hand and somehow no attacks.
But
Even that, sending the Titan's Fist and a Pummel Thread is still taking the game away.
And usually, like the blue attacks in Guardian, they still can
Pack a punch,
attack for 8, And
Macho Grande.
Yeah, Macho Grande for the situation. But the problem that Jakub has is he got some 2 blocks in hand, I believe. So I don't know how big the block is right now, but I don't think it's 12. I think it's more close to 10. And Sylvester knows exactly what he has to do. He just says pass. He will draw another card, draw another hand, and threat pummel again. And Jakub has to work around it somehow. And we can see...
you can see a disable, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think there was debilitate, disable as well, I think. And also some other blue cards, and I think 1 block. I'm not sure.
I don't know. It's even though Sylvester is at 2 points of HP.
Buckling blow, I believe, it's not disable. And
even though Sylvester is at 2 HP, and it's the Jakub that's leading on life, and we know how premium that is in those 20 HP formats. The fact that he simply has it, and he's keeping Jakub in that kind of a chokehold with every decision he takes. Like Sylvester doesn't even bother to flip the pummel upside down in his arsenal again after Smash Up did not hit. So I mean it hit, but Sylvester never bothered to flip the pummel again, and I think that's not a form of disrespect towards Jakub. It's just a friendly reminder.
Yeah. And right now we can see that Jakub managed to find the 10 block with the headpiece equipment and leave the 1 card in hand. So there will be a snatch, send in a way in Sylvester's way with quicken. So right now with no block on equipments, the Sylvester has to block it probably, but then still it's the Swammer swing with it's a block 4, just like that. So we still managed to keep 3 cards and probably send another attack, another blue debilitate with the same on hit.
And right now, right
now there is no block on equipments, and there are some 2 blocks in Jakub's hand.
Debilitate.
2 Bittering Thorns, 2 blocks, 2 blue blocks free.
So it takes threatening 10 in total.
And what's more important, discard 1 from pummel.
Yeah, so even if you run away somehow, it's crucial. I mean, I'm thinking if maybe unmovable was the play somewhere, just to prevent it for those kind of situations. I think we went through Jakub's whole decks, or almost there.
We're almost there, I believe.
Almost there. So I think we did not see a single copy of it, and it looks like that's something that Jakub will reflect upon after this game.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that he lost yet. I'm not like that, but it's of course very, very challenging and very, very demanding.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think maybe Reinforce the Line was the card that replaced Unmovable in his deck. Maybe he decided that it's just better. You can use it even if your whole hand is red, and now we can see the pummel is played, so there is not more pummel threat from Arsenal.
Yes.
There is +2 discard on hit, the other debilitate on hit doesn't matter, but now we have to see what Sylvester will draw up, and if he can continue the aggression from his side, and we can see the red chokeslam, I believe that will probably be sent in the way of Jakub, and the blue Macho Grande. The blue Macho Grande could end it on the spot. Oh no, it's not the blue Macho Grande, so it will not end it on the spot.
It's an act of glory.
Yeah.
So Sylvester being at 2 against Ara, that's pretty close to being what we call in Flesh and Blood Kodachi locked.
But Jakub has to manage to keep a
card or 2. Yeah, so I think Jakub with that last hand was trying to provoke Sylvester not to send the pummel and keep the Bittering Thorns in his hand. That would be quite a turn if he managed to keep a blue in his hand with the Kodachi, Bittering Thorns, another Kodachi. And right now it's 8 coming at Jakub. He can of course block 6 with 2 cards, taking 2. Presenting, I think that will be Kodachi, Scar for a Scar into another Kodachi, which is great. But let's keep in mind that Sylvester might be arsenaling a card, which could be an attack, most likely. And let's not forget about Bravo's ability.
Yeah, okay, so we don't see Kodachi, we have the Soul Beat Strike, and it threats on hit with Go again, and then it follow it up with another 4. So probably Jakub has asked, you wanted to give me 2 cards and play your hand with 2 cards, or I'll just send another 4 at you and you'll give me 3 cards in total.
Interesting. I see. Since they tied up, since Sylvester said that he's taking some of the damage, or rather Jakub had to take some of the damage. They tied up, and Scarfer's card text is no longer available.
Yeah, but the Soul Beat Strike is exactly
So
also good in this situation, and it got the hit. So now Sylvester has to give 2 cards away. And right now, I don't believe that Sylvester can threat enough with Hammer Swing, and Sylvester for real will be Kodachi locked this game.
Oh wow, what a turn. So even after that, look, Jakub only has 1 card in the deck.
But it doesn't matter because Kodachi takes out 2 for 0 every turn. But let us see if... I think there is a looking for a scrap, and I believe that could be enough this turn. We have 1 into 2 into 5 and into whatever there it is. That just will be enough. Yeah, we can see that the looking for a scrap resolves its ability to give it +1 and go again. All the blocks were okay. There is no attack left in Jakub's hand, and he will be left with only 2 cards. So maybe Sylvester can just try to wait through it, because Jakub has to send all the cards he has against Sylvester. Just keep in the game, to not let Sylvester swing with the hammer. Right now,
I wonder what that card might be, since Jakub decided to block it all out. Now it's a blue Soul Beat Strike,
yeah.
so it's 2?
But +1 from Ira, so it's 3. But
Legacy of Ikaru. Oh wow, that's a +1 pump.
Okay, he had a plan. And it's +1 for target ninja attack.
Yeah, Legacy of Ikaru says target ninja attacks gets +1. So if ever Sylvester decides to disrespect Jakub in a form of a sloppy block, potentially, Jakub was just there to punish it. And I think that was the out for Jakub, because
exactly.
You had that one big turn, but after that you lost the gas, and another Titan's Fist swing would be lethal for you.
Sylvester could just wait for a second, just think, why is he doing this? In my opinion, quite incorrect play, but it was all a plan. It was all a plan, and he wanted to catch Sylvester in this situation when he's just, okay, I'll just block 3. It's just a misplay from your side. I'll just block 3 and I'm fine. And then no, there is +1, and Sylvester could have just put 2 cards in the block and swing with hammer and try to come back to this game. I think he could do it. He had a big card advantage,
especially that Sylvester knew, at least should be knowing, about every card from Jakub's hand.
Yeah,
because even if that Legacy of Ikaru was hidden as the very last 2 cards of his deck, he pitched with one of those.
Yeah, I agree with you, but maybe just try to play your game.
Sure.
You sometimes don't focus on things like that during the game, and that just happens. So there's no surprise that Jakub could catch someone with this trick.
Yeah, I guess we'll be coming back to you guys. And yeah, a bit of a misplay from Sylvester's side, but hey, it happens to all of us. I'm the prime example of that, because you, Piotr, I don't believe you make mistakes in Flesh and Blood.
Everybody makes mistakes in Flesh and Blood.
I don't think so. Not the Battle Hardened.
Maybe Filip Mikołajczyk from yesterday, maybe he doesn't make mistakes.
I confronted him that I think sending that Enlightened Strike for 7 was a bit too much, but he told me that he calculated all of it, and turns out that was actually the correct line. But and I never saw that coming. But that's why Filip is winning Battle Hardens and not me, because I still need to learn. a thing or two from Philip, especially when it comes to piloting aggro decks.
Recently, you made the finals in the Road to Nationals, so it's a good step on.
Thank you.
Getting better.
I'm trying. I'm looking for new recipes for 2026 season to practice more and have more fun in a game, because after all, that's what Pablo Pintor says, believe it or not, that if you have fun in the game, you spend more time playing it.
Of course.
And the more time you spend playing it, the more time you spend perfecting your plays.
When I was playing the Hatchet Dory, I played
Hardened Gdańsk
120 or games or more.
Whoa, that's a dedication
and
to
I think 80
80
games out of it was played with Philip.
Oh.
Playing Dory versus KO, and that was just crazy. But I get a lot of fun, and Philip as well, I believe, during that time. And yeah, if you enjoy, just find a hero that you enjoy playing, and you will just want to play all the time, just to have fun.
Yeah. So coming back to the game, we had quite a spectacle from both Bravo and Ira. In the end, it was Kuba that came out on top in quite an unexpected manner. That was his last way out of this situation, I think. Just catch Sylvester on off guard and just pump the very last attack that he had in the deck by 1. And Sylvester just, I think he did not think about it.
He forgot that ninjas have a lot of tricks.
And to be fair, that's not the old and staple card in the Ira suite, since it only came out with her armor deck quite recently, if I say so myself. So there's still a room to learn those new cards. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to learn what the new cards do in a painful way. But I think that's how you learn. Like, you make these mistakes once per your life, possibly, as a player, and then you don't commit them at callings or battle hardens or your road to nationals or ProQuest or whatever.
I remember my first armory ever. I played with my friend that borrowed me the Katsu deck, and Tomek from Krakow.
Iron Thomas.
And I was so happy because I knew, I just sent Razor Reflex and he doesn't know that I have it. And he exactly knew that I have it, and he just played around it, and I was, oh god. People know.
Yeah, that's usually how playing with
So
Tomek
Mateusz, I think we have some few other interesting heroes, including Pleiades and Lexi, and some other interesting picks from the players. And we'll try to find someone with pick like that for stream.
Definitely.
And we'll join you for the next round, I believe.
Yeah, we'll be joining you next round. And before we log off, we'll be also coming back with the meta spread from the last round.
That's right.
Sure. So signing off for a minute or two and coming back to you with the round 3.
Hello and welcome. It's me, Pepe, and Nona with me, and we are ready for you with the round 3 of our ProQuest Plus in Silver Age format. But before that, I believe we will be having the meta spread of our today's tournament. So we could just quickly have a look at that. And not surprising, we have 2 Rune Blades in the first 2 places. 7 Briar, 6 Chains, so aggro decks over there. Ira, also kind of a aggro deck with a little bit more of control. Kano, the wizards that are playable, the most playable wizard right now, I believe. Then we have follow up with 6 Guardians. Valda, a more defensive style hero, and Bravo, the new Bravo that we just saw on stream. Then we have 2 Lexis, and we'll see 1 on the stream. 2 Pleiades, 2 Vincets, 1 Arachne, 1 Azalea. Azalea was dominating in the early stages of Sage. Right now it just it's just one over here, and I think the players started to know how to play around the dominates, maybe put some reinforced lines that we just saw. Then we have a Florian, 1 Icelander, Kasai, Olympia, Reinar, and Terra.
And I don't know if you noticed, but we have no Althim. We have a lot of different Guardians, but no Althim.
Yeah, that's also...
So when we were talking earlier with Dovi at the beginning of round 1, we were talking about Chain and Althim being the heroes dominating the meta. Well, here, as we have literally no Althim, Chain seems to be one of the heroes that might...
As Althim, I would say, usually build. I'm surprised that we have 2 Pleiades, and...
Like, if we have 2 Pleiades and no Althim, we know that we're in Gdańsk. I mean, come on. Like, we're in Poland. Like, if you are thinking that there is something going on here when it comes to meta, yeah, welcome to Poland. There's always going to be something going on, and that's going to be just, like, you know, completely different than what happens in anywhere else in the world. And
yeah, exactly. So I think we'll just jump to the feature area, to the stream. Just we don't want to keep the players waiting. And we have Pauli here, that was yesterday's finalist on Florian, and he's playing Florian today.
I mean, I guess if it worked yesterday, why wouldn't it work today, right?
Yeah. And
starting with 2-0, so working out just fine.
That's correct. The same well-grounded graded. And on the other side, we have Andrzej Lomecki that plays Lexi with Death Dealer. So we haven't seen Lexi for some time, as it was banned for some time in Classic Constructed. Totally. But we can look again on how this Ice Lightning Ranger works
could see
in the Silver Age.
classic start. So Arsenal pass, typical stuff for Ranger. You just want to put a good arrow in the arsenal and just be ready to pop off next turn.
Yeah, I got flashbacks from Lexi saying I will put one card face up, and with New Horizon I'll just put another card face down, and give
And
you
then
Frostbite
Fear of a
next turn.
Kind and
Yeah. Okay, we start with
Totally.
Arcane Seeds and Life for Poly, so a good card. Of course, you want to play it after you already have 4 Earth cards in Banner's Zone, as the Young Florian requires only 4 Earth cards decomposed. And we'll see what is the follow-up. And it's just the Autumn's Touch, and I don't exactly know how much power it is for, because the rainbow foiling on this card is quite disruptive. I believe there are 2 rune chants, and I would assume it's a red Autumn's Touch. We just see the 2 rune chants are taken, as Andrzej decides not to pitch for Arcane. There is an option in the bracers of Andrzej that they have Arcane Barrier 1. There is we can't exactly see the equipments of Poli because of the
because the glare on the camera.
the glare on the camera, unfortunately. But yeah, so Andrzej received total of 8. So I believe it was a yellow Autumn Touch. That is all. Yeah, we'll just see what comes next. The Lexi ability is online, so we can later flip a card from Arsenal and see if it's lightning, the next attack gets go again. If it's ice, he could create Frostbite for the opponent.
How wide do you think this turn will go? Because we can also see Swift Shot in Andrzej's hand. We can see it's
And Lightning Press for sure, and around the Ravenous Rubble.
I think it's gonna be like some serious damage this turn for
Yeah,
sure.
so that's quite good, because we can see Ravenous Rubble reveals the top card and is Fry. So if he manages to load Swift Shot with Death Dealer, he will draw Fry from the top, and that will be another free go again this turn. And we can see what's interesting on Florian's side. There is a Nebula Blade, so the weapon that attacks for 2, and if it hits, the cost is 2 and attacks for 1. But when it hits, it creates a rune chant. But if you play the non-attack this turn, this attack gets +3. So it's a quite nice breakpoint that creates rune chant on hit. And the arsenal from Lexi was actually Entwined Lightning, and it was fused with Lightning Press. And this is exactly what I was talking about. We can easily load up Swift Shot,
with
draw
the
this
Death Dealer,
Fry.
draw the Fry. This is going to be like really seriously wide turn.
Yeah, I think that Fry could end up in Arsenal, as
Absolutely.
it's just a free go again, and the next turn it can give you go again on something that doesn't have it naturally. So we'll see what Andrzej decides to do. It's just my idea, but we just break the chain, probably use the Blossom of Spring to generate 1 resource. Exactly, and I use the Death Dealer to name of the card. Unfortunately, is a Summerwood Shelter. Yeah, and if for 0 Earth instant, that gives the defending Earth or Elemental action card +4 defense value. So that's right, reinforce the line, but it's Earth. So you can benefit it
Absolutely.
in other
you can
ways.
just put more reinforced lines this way.
Yeah, or just change the reinforced line you like to this Earth and help you decompose as a Florian.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and we are back to Andrzej's turn, and we start with another Entwined Lightning fused, and that was always a good card.
Absolutely, yes.
For go again, it's what we need with the Fry. The Entwined Lightning actually wasn't fused, but the Lexi's ability allowed him to get go again. As we mentioned, the Lexi could flip a card in Arsenal. If it's Lightning, you can give the next attack go again, and that's exactly what happens. And I feel like right now, after Andrzej's first turn and going back to him, he has some tempo advantage, even though Poli has the life total advantage. But we'll just see if Poli decides to take it back from Andrzej in some way. But right now, it looks like Andrzej can present a lot this turn. There's a Fry that we mentioned, so not 4 go again, but 3 go again, kind of a ninja style, but it's still pretty good
Absolutely. I mean,
situation.
when you look at it, it does not really seem like we're like he's playing Lexi. It looks kind of like Aurora.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
right.
yeah, it's like just Aurora with the bow
Yeah,
and arrows, basically. At
just
this
lightning
point.
cards are good, I believe,
Totally.
to play in every hero that allows them to play lightning cards. I think the only exclusion from this is Bravo, star of the show.
Oh yes.
It was just a guardian, and there you didn't have to use those cards. You were just
No,
good enough
no,
without
totally.
them. And yeah, we can see the one arrow in
Winter Spite?
no,
No,
it's
it was
Arctic Incarceration red that generates free
Free
frost
frostbites.
bites. So I believe what the Andre plan is here is my opponent wanted to play his hand.
How about I simply just block the opponent from doing so?
Yeah, so my opponent just didn't block. He took 2 attacks to the face. So I'm like, okay, my next attack is not lethal. I won't be threatening any cards from hand. So I just try to
Set up
disrupt
the
the next round and set
Totally.
up. Yeah, I think even when Lexi was this classic constructed legal, she was doing the same thing.
Totally,
Usually.
yes. I mean, right now in this format, we do not have like a lot of disruptive cards in general. So this Arctic Incarceration certainly helps
Yeah,
to
totally.
get there.
And there is a thinning that attacks for 8 and allows the half of required earth cards to be put in banish. And we'll see what Andrzej does. If he just says no block, he's still on 4 left total. It's not much, but if your hand is good enough, you can just say no blocks, and I'll try to threat your hand, and you'll have to give me some cards. But there's a searing shot put to block for 3 defense value, and it means that Andrzej will be taking only 5 damage this turn. And okay, see the plum is used from Florian, and the tilling that was just played is put in arsenal. So the next turn, Poli will probably decompose to be fully flipped as a Florian, as an Earth hero.
Yeah, I'm just filming that the shoes equipment is going to be online, so there's a chance to prevent 2 additional damage.
Yeah, of course. And there is a dazzling crescendo. Oh no, it's a snapshot. And snapshot, if it's fused, allows you to use the Death Dealer, the weapon, basically twice this turn. So if Andrzej manages to find 2 arrows that he can send with Go Again, he can send 2 arrows and draw 2 cards. And oh, sorry, it's not. I forgot about this. It's not. Oh no, I was correct. I just. So if Snapshot was fused, you may activate abilities of both you control an additional time this turn, as though they were in an instant. So basically, for Andrzej, what this means, he just doesn't have to break the chain for the Death Dealer, and the Death Dealer has Go Again. But as an instant, I believe it will give
Him the
Andrzej
action points.
action points.
Absolutely, yes. This means that whatever arrow he will draw, he's gonna be able to play it like no matter what, basically.
Yeah, basically 100% Go Again, even if the arrow will not have Go Again because of that additional action point. And Canopy Shelter is put the block, one will go through, and Paul will create 1 Might token as he is not yet flipped. And yeah, we can see that Andrzej pitches Winter's Bite blue to put Gunpowder Shot in arsenal, generate 1 additional action point, and draw a card. So there is a 5 guaranteed in arsenal, but before of that, we'll
still
send
have
Fry.
free Go Again, yes.
So free Go Again, and the life total of Poli is getting lower and lower every attack Andrzej sends. And he gets to start blocking if he doesn't want to die this turn. It's quite a tough situation for Poli, and we see how he manages to get out of this situation. He's taking some time to think how I'll keep 1 blue card in hand to send the tilling in my arsenal, but is this tilling enough to stay in the game?
I mean, it's just gonna, get him some value. However, Andrzej still has the shoes that he can block with, and the headpiece that will also represent one blade break, meaning he still has a way to prevent some of the life loss here, even if the tilling attack is presented in the following turn.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of cards in Poli's hand is just 2-block right now. This is the way he drew. And the Harvest Season, it can heal you for free if you play it from hand, but when you want to block with it, it's just a 2-block. So another 2-block, and
my God,
3
and
could go through, but there's a +3, so 6 in total.
And that is the game.
That's the game. And Poli was not yet flipped, and Well Grounded were not activated, and just the way that Andrzej wanted just to just stay aggressive all the game and just retain the tempo was pretty insane, I would say.
Yeah, so if anyone missed Lexi, well, this is why you guys might be missing her, really. It's just going absolutely crazy.
Even though you are missing Volter with
That
Dev Dealer,
is true,
you can
yes,
still...
absolutely. There's like a lot of cool lightning cards that can let Lexi go really wide, and we could see Lexi going even wider than some of the Runeblades.
Yeah.
Or Ninjas, like really beautiful game.
Exactly.
Here.
Lexi looks like a very decent, very good aggro deck as well in the Silver Age meta right now. And there are not only Briars and Chains. If you are tired of Runeblades, you can still find a good aggro deck that still finds its way.
Absolutely. And if you want to generate the action points with the snapshot and the Dev Dealer, it actually kind of works like with playing the item from the top from Dio and then cranking it. So if you are new to the game, if you did not have a chance to play against Lexi, if you did not see the snapshot before, you can just simply get the action points a similar way to Dio. You just use the instant speed activation and you just generate the action points.
Yeah, as in Classic Constructed, usually Lexi was playing with Volter. We didn't see much of snapshots being played during the meta back in the days, but because Volter was just very good.
It was a broken card, honestly.
I would say a little bit overpowered.
All of the weapons from the from Tales of Aria really worked.
Yeah.
Heroes
I totally
were decent to start with, but with the weapons, they were like absolutely bonkers.
I totally agree with you. I played all 3 heroes. Yeah, I played for a long time all 3 heroes that came out with
Which one
Tales
was
of
your
Aria.
favorite?
I have...
Please don't say Ultim.
I think I have to say Ultim.
Oh my god.
Because what I managed to achieve with that hero and just the way... It's sometimes... How I understood how this hero should be played in many matchups. But I also love Briar, and Briar is also how we played with and trained with Bartosz for the first Pro Tour in Europe. That was also a good time, I remember. But Lexi as well, like she was just out of the radar for some time because of how good Briar and
sometimes when you have just the easy solutions, it's really hard to spot these things.
Yeah, but after Oldhim and Briar got a little bit nerfed or even banned, then players came up, we could have played Lexi all this time because it was so broken.
How about Free of the Kind?
Yeah, Free of the Kind as well. Yeah, it's just... I just can't imagine how some decks were powerful and how I enjoyed them actually back in the day. So now we can just bring back memories looking at the decks like Lexi and how players...
we have Lexi, we have Iyslander, we have a lot of Briar, but we don't have
Ultim, unfortunately, but there is Terra that is in some way
Ultim enough.
Yes. So we thank you for this round, and we'll be back to you with round number 4. And I don't know if you want to jump up to the meta spread again or just leave
we
you
can
guys
take
there.
a look. I mean,
if there is something interesting that we missed, maybe.
Or maybe there's a hero that you would like to see in the following round, so just let us know and we'll try to...
I would love to see Kano. My friends from Krakow brought Kano, and I just would really like to see how they manage on stream.
It would be cool to be able to see Kano playing against Reiner, because I don't know if you remember, like back in the Blitz days, these two heroes were like, one of them plays a card and the question is, are you going off or not? So when the Reiner player just plays the Intimidate card, the Kano always has to make the decision, like, is it a go time or not yet? And it's kind of tricky.
There's a decision, is my whole hand getting intimidated, or I just kill you before you do anything? And that's really funny. And there is two Vincents may be interesting. For sure, play these are very interesting to be put on stream. Azalea as well, and probably Terra. and the old Kasai. That's also interesting. I would like to see
That's
how the
true.
player builds this deck and what it can do. I remember back in the days when we had only this Kasai in the game, we were playing it in Blitz. It was also very powerful.
Yeah, but
And
no blood on her hands in this format, so it's
That's
probably
right.
gonna be a different game
That's
for
right.
Kasai.
So yeah, I think we'll just leave you for now. If we are ready to go to the intermission between the rounds, we'll see if we can find some interesting matchup in Silver Age for the next round. And yeah, we'll be back in 18 minutes, as the screen says. See you around.
Welcome back. We're in round 4 of the ProQuest Plus being held in Silver Age format, and we've got quite a banger of a match in our hands. Piotr, would you mind telling us what we have prepared for the viewers?
The Pleiades managed to get 3 wins by now, and it will be facing Terra, so also one of a kind on our tournament. Only one Terra came to compete.
Somehow, we got no old hymns.
We've
got Terra in the room that's going 3-0, and the Pleiades is going 3-0 as well.
That's correct.
That's a wild ride going on here on the ProQuest.
Last round, Pleiades beat Bartosz Ziemba. Probably you know the name Inazumi. So let's see what the player got prepared for us.
Yeah, the Pleiades beat the Chain since Bartosz is playing on a Chain.
Yeah, okay? That's right.
So one of the top tier decks of the formats was beaten by a Pleiades. Wow.
Let's see if the player cracked the format and what he got prepared for us. On the Alexander Hydorn on Pleiades and Adam Urban on Terra.
Exactly.
I think we can let the players start and we'll see who starts the game. There is a handshake. We have Anvil on the side of Terra, so Peach 4 attacks for 6 with double-handed weapon.
And of Anvilheim against the Titan's Fist from the side of Alexander. Interesting. We've taken a look inside the deck list on both of them, and one Alexander is playing pretty standard version of the Pleiades. He's playing the Suspense Aura, as we can see right now, Edge of their Seat and Tension in the Air being resolved. There's a big attack coming towards Adam's face in the 2 turns, or sooner if Alexander wishes to activate Pleiades ability. So quite turn 0. And when it comes to Adam and his Terra, like we said, we took a look inside the decklist, and it's a pretty fatigue-ish Terra. So we won't see any sparks flying when it comes to big attacks from that hero, but rather a masterclass on defense.
Yeah, and I believe that Alexander's play is also built more around defensive, but also those auras are just very good for sending big attacks. And I think that Adam his game plan is to survive the big attacks that Alexander will be sending his way, and just swing this hammer every turn if possible, and in the end fatigue the opponent. Adam, as we see, is reading what the Pleiades hero is doing. Maybe he never played it before.
It's also the confidence token generated by Pleiades. And so it says that you can only block with 1 equipment and 1 action card, I think.
I think 2 cards in total, no matter what.
Oh, or maybe like so. That. Yeah. That's why I always blocked it with an equipment and an action card from hand, most likely.
Yeah. So that's what does play this. We could check what the confidence token does. That would be also very interesting. So the next action card you play this turn can be more than 2 non-block cards.
That's right.
So if you have blocks in the deck, that's all fine. But if not, you can only put 2 cards in hand, 1 card from hand, 1 equipment, 2 equipment, but no more. So this is the way for Alexander to beat the fatigue matchup that Adam is playing, to just not let him block. But as you can see, there is a first block from Adam.
It's either clash of heads, legs, shields, or there was 4 of them. Legs, head, shield, or arms, I believe.
Yeah.
So and no surprises over there. Adam runs play sets of 2 on all 4 copies.
Yeah, as well as Stanch response that was just played from Arsenal to cover these big attacks.
So yeah, the combat kit was going for 13 with a confidence token, so that was quite a punch being presented by Alexander, and somehow Adam managed to escape out of it untouched. So so far so good when it comes to defenses on Alexander's side. But once again, confidence token is being resolved. Tension in the Air had their last suspense counter removed. Therefore, it's gonna boost the next Alexander attack of Pleiades this turn. And it looks like something big comes alongside Adam's way. I'm wondering how this matchup will go, how long Adam can stay unharmed from those big, tall attacks of Pleiades.
Yeah, and what's also very interesting, usually when the Guardian players are playing the clash of shield, head, and as well that puts the counters on the specific equipment pieces, they are not prepared to face another Guardian.
I see.
So in this matchup, we'll actually see some clashing between those two, as Pleiades is also a Guardian. So every time we'll see the block is put by the Adam to the block the attack from Alexander, we'll see clashing and probably losing some life or putting counters on equipment, and we'll see two more clashes. And as we can see, Adam is winning this one, so -1 counter on the shield and -1 counter on Civic Step. That actually takes 2 block value from them.
Wow, so not only he covered 8 from 11 that Alexander was trying to push through, he also put -2 counters. So each of those clashes clashed for 5 value total, you could say that?
Yeah, but you can also just lose them. So it's a double-edged sword, I would say.
Especially when you're playing against fellow Guardian.
Yes. In other matchups, just block 4. And in this specific format, you really value block 4s, as they are really limited for this format. You don't have any sync belows, no fate for scenes.
Exactly.
No other mythics, majestics. Yeah, so no other majestics, as you cannot play them. So blocks 4 are really beneficial for players, especially if they pitch for 2, as the specific clashes from Guardians do. You can also play on the horizon, I believe, that blocks 4, but it's a red. So as a Guardian, you really like blue and yellow pitch to swing this hammer.
Definitely. That's what Oldhim does in this format, as he's often referred to block slop type of hero, that you don't really care about what your card do as long as they block for 3 or preferably 4. So on the horizons, all the clash cards that block for 4 as well. So they're all packed over there. And I think Adam came up with a similar approach when it comes to the deck building side of Terra. I think I would like to ask him what are the reasons between choosing Terra over Oldhim. Some might be that people might not expecting the fatigue version of this Guardian.
Yeah, probably. And we can see a concast that is coming from Alexander. There is on hit prepared on this attack. And I just wanted to mention that if you see in one player's hand Oasis Respite and a Stanch Response, you know that he's playing fatigue. He just wants to get as much defense value and everything. And we're just blocking for 7 and healing 1 by Adam. So the concast on hit is not... will not be discarding the card from Adam.
Yeah, and it's hard to discard the card when you pitched the remaining to block it all out from the Stanch Response.
And even if there is a pummeling Alexander hand, it doesn't matter because you just shouldn't play it here.
Of course. That's what I wanted to discuss. We took a look inside Alexander's list of Pleiades that he presented for this tournament. And we know that, well, he runs red pummels, that's for sure. But he also runs blue and yellow ones as well. So in a playset copy in a Silver Age format. So he's running 6 pummels in total. And what do you think about it, Piotr? Is that a way, or do you think that they maybe get too clumped up in his hands sometime and not possess a threat?
I'm not sure about that. We just see, because I think that this number of pummels historically could be very clunky sometimes, but I think that Alexander is just prepared to, set up these bigger attacks and probably with confidence tokens just push through damage. And right now, as we can see, he's pushing now pummel with double on hit. Wow. Adam Urban is still manages to find these defense reactions and not let Alexander hit him with any disruption on hit.
It's interesting that Alexander by now must perfectly know that he's playing against a fatigue type of deck. And Pleiades as a Guardian has a perfect tool to do that in the form of suspense auras and even manipulating the counters to move them in a way that will benefit Alexander the most and possibly activate them sooner than the counters allow them to. But even though he's pushing like every turn, he's swinging like 8, 9, 12, 16 or something like that was on the other turn. Adam lost 2 life during the course of this game.
Yeah, but he also lost a lot of stanches that are the only available defense reactions for him, basically. So in the late game, that could benefit Alexander. But right now we can see somehow lower attack what Alexander prepared us for in the turns before. But there are two floating. So again, there may be pummel presented, and there it is. So it's the 10 total right now because the Chokeslam is blue. But as you can see, the turn timber. I forgot about turn timber.
yeah.
There's also a very good defense reaction prepared to solve the pummel. So
Yeah, one of the very few.
Adam answering to every pummel with defense reaction that he got. So yeah, he came prepared for stuff like that.
We'll have to see and wait who'll win ultimately in this race. Is this Adam with the amount of the defense reaction that his deck possesses, or will it be Alexander with the amount of pummels that his deck possesses? Very interesting. Still 17 plays 16, and so far Adam is on the winning side, currently also presenting 6 from the Sledge of Anvilheim towards Alexander, and stringing 6 damage at your face when you're in a 20 HP format, that's something to be reckoned with. Alexander doing a bit of a screenplay in the form of showing, I guess, how mighty the swing of the Sledge is.
Yeah. And I think that ultimately
It's
the
staunch for
bigger,
staunch.
yeah, it's some for staunch, but I think that the bigger hammer is just better in Guardian Mirrors. And so probably if they will run out of normal threats, or Alexander specifically will run out of the auras and buffs on the attacks, the Sledge will just be more beneficial to Adam in the end game.
So Tension in the Air is currently being played, as well as the activation of a chess piece, generating 2 Seismic Surges tokens for the next turn of Alexander. We can see those beautiful Marvel ones currently being presented, and that allows Adam to just swing the Sledge. Normally you could try to maybe sniff out if you're not being possibly pummeled, since it will be working perfectly on the Sledge of Anvilheim, but most likely it'll just be a card to the arsenal from Adam's side.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And one more thing about the playing 6 pummels in this format. I think that it would be less clunky if you're just playing normal Guardian with only attacks in the deck. But play this also is having a lot of auras, and auras plus pummels could be clunky. But as we see, Alexander is 3-0, and he plays this game pretty well, and probably this is something that he's not looking at. He just like, okay, I just draw good, and that's what I want to do.
Definitely, Alexander, quite a remarkable player, came to us all the way from,
I think, Germany.
I'd say so myself as well. We'll be double checking that, but he plays really high yesterday at Basel Hardened. He was piloting Florian. If you want to go back and check he on masterclass of how to never give up with in Flesh and Blood, he was playing against Huntsman and Florian, and he got quite some unlucky banishes, but even after that he managed to take a win. Right now presenting 11
with 2 floating because of the Seismic Surges, and now Alexander may have or may not have a pummel, but Adam still have to find a way. What if he does? What if he just fakes? And we'll just see how this turn goes around. And Terra, it was the first relevant Terra ability used to generate might, because Adam was left with 2 cards in hand at the end of this last turn, and he pitched 1 more to generate the might. And probably next swing with the hammer will be for 1 more might.
It might be, but I'm just wondering. I think Adam could just put 12 in front of that.
Yeah, he could, but maybe he can cover these attacks so the crush effect is not relevant, and he just says, I don't believe you have pummel in hand.
Oh, wow, that's quite...
Or maybe have Turn Timber in Arsenal, for example, and just say, even if you have so, I'll just cover it up.
Okay, so Adam taking 2 in total from that massive swing of 11.
So I believe there's probably Turn Timber somewhere, because, you take 2, with pummel it would be 6, and the Turn Timber for 6 covers it perfectly.
We get to see what's in the arsenal, hopefully, in the next future turns. And of course, Adam maintaining a very fast pace of the game, as he knows that he's playing towards those late game state of game. Therefore, of course, drawing anytime is basically a loss for him. So he's making a decision quick. Same goes for Alexander. He's maintaining his composure and resolving all his cards very quickly. So even though we still got 20 minutes of the game, and if we're speaking of CC, Classic Constructed formats and regulations, that would be a little if the players had still that amount of HP, but in Silver Age everything can happen very quickly, so I think we won't see a draw in this game.
I believe so. And their stanches are played as well by Alexander, and the red stanch covers this buffed Anvil, Anvilheim, Anvilheim perfectly. But Adam does what I believe the good Guardian players should be doing every turn. You're just swinging that hammer. And the hammer doesn't cost you any card. It attacks for 6. And Alexander, to cover it up, to cover it totally up at blocking, it costs 2 cards from the opponent. And that's just how it should be played. There is a Crush the Week coming from Alexander. Adam just throws 2 block 3 cards, covering it up, and you know what he will do in response?
Swing
that hammer.
Swing a hammer. So that's another 6. So yeah.
Well, just one conclusion about how I teach people that want to play Flesh and Blood. I tell them, take Bravo, take Anotos, and the first game just block with 2 cards and swing with Anotos, and just see how the game works. See what the opponent is playing, how it should be done. I think that I taught you, Mateusz.
Yes, you did. My very first introduction to the Flesh and Blood was through Bravo and your guidance on just swing the effing hammer towards people's faces. So, of course, I pivoted through Guardian playstyle a bit now as a more matured player. Wow, that was a fling of a Quicken token from Adam's side. Quicken Chicken from Alexander quickly sent towards Adam as well. And that will be it. Alexander will be taking 5 points of damage. Adam will be utilizing, I believe, the Terra ability to create a Might. Yes, that's correct. And we'll be passing. Okay, yeah. Adam, I think you'd like the sledge to stay at your side, not in your graveyard. Since you're not assassin, you won't be able to buy it back with silver. Imagine if you could buy back sledge and you'll be swinging for 1 more. Oh, wow.
Wow, that would be something absolutely insane. Like weapon for 7, I think that is what might break Flesh and Blood. Like, weapons for 7, this number is just crazy.
I believe that's why Gravy Bones is such a weak hero, because he doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah, and
he only has a compass.
Yeah, and what, he can swing for 11 with his allies?
No,
I don't think.
I don't think.
There is an ally that attacks for 6 as well, yeah? What's the name of his?
It's Sawbones or Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay.
But coming back to the Silver Age game, Alexander just had a clank rubber hand and unfortunately decided to filter it all out and just play Edge of their Seats. Decided that all of those cards are valuable enough to leave them in the deck. Yeah.
You know what will happen? Sledge of Anvilheim is not once per turn. Right now, he will swing the hammer again. Did you know that?
No, I did not know. It's another sledge.
Yeah, it's the 7 into 6.
Alexander is like, what?
It doesn't says 1 per turn.
Oh wow, what a blowout. It's actually action attack. Yeah, you're being correct. Wow. I never knew that
And that's
Adam
why
is very happy about it, that he caught Alexander off guard with that interaction as well. Oh, wow. The face of Alexander was like, what? Why are you swinging your weapon again?
Yeah.
I was sure that you can do it only once per turn.
For some reason, you can use Sledge of Anvilheim however many times you want in a turn.
Oh, wow. Apparently, if you're big and strong enough to lift the freaking anvil, you get to swing in as many times as you want, as long as you get go against.
Yeah, that's correct. And that's why I think giving Quicken token to a Gardener with Sledge is not a good idea. And Adam just went with 13 in a turn, not spending any card from his deck. And that's, I think, is the deciding moment for me. The only way for Alexander to win is just use these confidence tokens to get through Adam's defenses, because I think that Adam's deck is looking much thicker right now than Alexander's.
The confidence tokens never came up.
I think it was one turn, but it was just blocked out by Stanch and some other block for 11, and it was not relevant.
They crashed 2 times, and I think they tied.
I think they tied, yes.
By this interaction.
The players are having a lot of fun, as well as us, so I think that's what Flesh and Blood is for. And this is just blocked out, and we're back to Adam's Urban turn, and I believe it will be just another swing with Sledge. Another might create a Terra. So I think the Terra peak was here just before, but because of the Sledge and the Serra's ability, like I would say combo, because if you pitch 2 blue cards, you can spend one of the floating resources to create the Might token, and it's just basically 7 into 7.
Yeah, and sending 2 cards 7 every turn is very above average. I mean, maybe not above average, but the fact that you're
not losing any cards.
Yeah, you're keeping them in a deck once, also working towards the fatigue state of the game is highly, highly, highly beneficial. And we can see that Adam really, even after this a bit of a blunder from Alexander while giving the Quicken token to Adam, we can see that even without that, Adam feels really comfortable piloting this hero.
Yeah, and right now you can see this 4 go again, but if Adam blocks it with 4 or 3,
Oasis Respite on the top, he lost the clash. So no winning, and I don't think you can swing the Titan's Fist again, unfortunately.
No,
even though you have a Quicken token. Turn.
Also, I had some crazy ideas someday to just play 2 Titan's Fist, but it didn't work out. So
who would have thought?
And right now, Adam could just swing with Sledge, but he decided, no, I have more cards, more life. I just swing for 2 more and lose a card because I totally can do it, and it's a correct play in this game state.
I think so far only cards that are in Adam's graveyard are the cards that simply block too well to do anything else with them. Blue Pummel being pitched, that's a staunch response
covering 8
from Alexander's side. And we weren't precisely counting it, but I think that might be one of the very last staunch responses that Alexander has in his deck.
Yeah, I believe so. And, Adam has have card advantages. The Oasis Respite right now is being put to the block. Even not healing, it doesn't matter because there is another Sledge swing with 2 floating to generate another Might, or 1 floating because it was yellow. And I think this is unfortunately how the game will end. I think Alexander won't be able to find any responses, and I can see there are around 8 cards left in Alexander's deck, and around 15 in Adam's deck, and this is how this matchup will resolve. Alexander soon will be made to give 2 cards per turn to not die because of the Sledge, and Adam have 13 more turns to just give 1 card for Titan's Fist and not lose any more cards. And Alexander have to think he's no longer available to just say, I'll take the whole swing from Anvilheim and play the whole hand, because he's only on 5. If he's taking another 2 damage after blocking, or even 1 right now, he'll be left on 4, and he'll be very, very, very close to just giving 2 cards every turn.
Yeah, so Piotr, you as a Guardian player, what do you think went wrong for Alexander this turn? this game possibly, since you're saying that he's on the losing side, which I can agree upon. He's losing on life. He has way thinner deck size than Adam. So what do you think happened?
I'll be cruel. Unfortunately, I will have to be cruel. I think that the weapon pick from Alexander is the biggest mistake. But I don't think that Alexander was prepared to face another fatigue-ish Guardians, because if he is prepared and he have another bigger anvil in his equipment, in his inventory, he should pick this, because you just lose value every turn with just swinging for 2 less, and that is the biggest mistake that just makes you lose on fatigue, basically, on how many cards you spend every turn, and that's the biggest mistake. And also the value that Adam was taking by just using his weapon every turn. He spent 1 or only few cards to actually attack with, and the other turns he just pitched to use /1 and that just keeps your deck bigger, and you get advantage every turn. Also, Adam is playing a lot of cards that heal you, and we are pushing
Suspense
one more.
Is killing me, so it'll actually push through to 9.
Yeah.
Now being resolved, so I think Adam is blocking 5 in total, or are those 2 Sirens of the Safe Harbor? So he's blocking 4, I think, healing 2. So 6 value in total. The players played it out very quickly. I think it was double Sirens of the Safe Harbor being blocked, and healed Adam at the combat. Chain Ender.
As you can see, there are only 7 cards left in total for Alexander, and he have to give 2 right now, and he will still lose 1 life point. And Adam will be able to create another Might token, and I think that the deck of Adam is having like 12 cards, while Alexander's only will be left with 5 in total, and that's just how we win Guardian matchup. There were some times when the Guardian Mirrors were ending before the fatigue, before the decks were empty.
And I thought Pleiades will be able to do that, because all the auras, all the boosting of the attacks, like all the, you could say, Rune Blade-ish non-attack actions that boost you, and the confidence tokens that handicap how Adam will be able to block. I'm not saying that I'd put Alexander as a favorable player in this matchup, but I'm still surprised that that's how it went in this game.
Yeah, I think that Adam was not allowed to block with 3 cards because of the confidence token, but I think
one of those might have been a block.
No, it was Thunderquake, but I actually believe that it doesn't matter, and now is the swing with Flourish. It's the swing for 9, and Alexander has to give up basically, I think, all the cards, or maybe except 1 card. And I think why the Alexander was not able to push the damage with auras and confidence tokens was that Adam was very prepared with the stanch responses, the turn timber, basically the defense reactions, and the turn timber alone can block for 8. Staunch, if you pay more, can block for 10. And even if the attacks are big, you can just cover the whole attack and on hit with just 2 cards that confidence allows you. And I think that Adam just came prepared for matchups like that, and that's exactly what happened. He brought the bigger hammer. The bigger hammer wins, guys. You have to remember that in Guardian Mirrors.
Life is all about having a bigger hammer in the end. Okay, so Adam going 4-0 as a Terra, so he's a game away from securing his spot in top 8,
That's right.
I'd say.
That's right.
He's clean 4-0, so he has the highest standing possible. He did not lose any single game apart from that. So even if he loses game 5 or game 6, that will be still most likely high enough. Like when it comes to standings, that he will be making top 8 regardless.
I agree with you. So I hope we can see him again in top 8 matches to see how he manages to go through matchups other than Guardian.
Yep.
And probably face some Chain. Maybe his plan is to block out Chain or Briar as well. We'll see how he attempts to play these matchups. And yeah, once again, we thank you for the round number 4. We'll wait for round number 5 to start, and we'll pick up another interesting matchup for you.
Maybe a chain mirror, something interesting like
Maybe
that.
Kano Mirror. I don't know if there are any left.
Awesome.
Yeah. And yeah, so I think we'll just be right back with you.
Exactly. Have a great one. See ya. Welcome back to round 5 of our Silver Age ProQuest Plus event, currently being held in Gdańsk. And that's the 5th and almost last round of the Swiss portion of the event today. So for the 5th round, we tried to pick something not Runebladey, but unfortunately...
Oh, come on. You wanted a Chain Mirror, but we're just halfway there. So we're going to have Chain versus Bravo.
Yeah, it's going to be Chain versus Bravo Fluttering Showman. So Runeblade versus Guardian, but this Guardian wants to pack a punch, possibly.
Oh yeah, I mean, Adam is definitely well known for playing Guardians, and he's not necessarily playing Guardians in a way that he just wants to protect his life. Oh, I think we might expect pummels and some nasty stuff from him.
I saw Adam winning like a week ago his Road to National in Bydgoszcz piloting Jarl, and he was playing finals against the Verdans, which historically is
Terrible?
I mean, non-playable, terrible matchup for Jarl. So the fact that Adam won it really...
Yeah, he managed to pull it off because, as I heard, the final moment that he had a chance to actually come on victories from this game, he managed to start just stringing together the chain of disruption, and it was turn after turn after turn. I heard that had it not been for the plow under to remove one key card from the arsenal from Verdun's player, the game would be over like very next turn. But he managed to do that. He kept chaining the disruption and he came victorious. So let's see if he'll manage to protect himself from the arcane damage.
That's correct. So both of Adam's skill and a bit of luck, as we all needed in card games, was a key factor of winning his Road to National tournament. And now it's gonna be we'll have to see if that is enough to win against Łukasz, who's piloting Chain. So let's jump into the game and see how it will go. We had Chain on the first round. It was an aggro matchup, so the players did not play for a long time. And we'll have to see if that will be the same when it comes to this game. What do you think, Anya?
I mean, it will definitely take longer. I mean, you can take a look at the equipment and you already see that there's some possibilities to block for Adam, which means it's gonna take some time. Like, it's not gonna be as quick as the aggro mirror, that's for sure.
I see AB1 in a form of null rune boots presented from Adam, so he doesn't need more. He just needs those prevention from those pesky, nasty rune chants that Łukasz will be, of course, generating throughout the game. And due to the nature of how Chain works, correct me, of course, if I'm wrong, Anya, but I think it won't be as long game as possibly like the Guardian Mirror was last round.
Absolutely. I mean, Chain has like the limited amount of time where he can pull off like, you know, some serious damage in a turn. He needs to be careful about how many shackles he will create because Guardians are very likely able to fatigue you. So it's not like an aggro mirror. You cannot just create shackles like, you know, without being punished. So Łukasz is definitely going to have to compose himself, just make sure he's not going to overdo it with the shackles, because if he will just, you know, run away with this, the deck might run away from him pretty fast.
Exactly, but on the other hand, if you burn a lot cards from your deck due to the Soul Shackle ability, you also have quite amount of Rune Gate cards that will be allowed to play from Banish. But so far, quite a start from Łukasz. He created 2 rune chants due to this Payblade Assault text. He finished with the Arsenal. He has 1 Soul Shackle going and passed the priority to Adam. So it'll be all on how much aggression can Adam really present towards Łukasz. And
we can already see that Adam has a staunch response in his hand. So when it comes to that aggression, this is not what we're seeing right now from his hand.
So I think cards like Boulder Drop, like this Cranial Crush, it will be all very...
This is where it's all going to come down to.
So far Adam in a bit of a tank. He's taking his sweet time to think how his turn will look like. Just because he wants to most likely play it out as perfectly as possible. I can't recall which out of those two heroes, which one is the premier pick? I'd say, of course, Chain. That's what the stats are saying, but who knows? Maybe, just maybe, somehow the Bravo matchup is a terrible one for Chain. And right now, Adam is swinging a whopping 10 damage towards Łukasz for exact half of his HP with the usage of his arm slot, as well as the card that we'll be displaying in a bit. It's Renounce Grandeur. If the defending hero controls an aura token, this gets +1, so of course we'll count the rune chance that Łukasz currently possesses. And the crash effect on this card says that when it deals 4 or more damage to a hero, they can't create aura tokens during their next turn. So a premier card against a Rune Blade.
Yeah, totally. And if you're wondering why you might not be familiar with the card, it's fairly new. It came out with the Mastery Pack Guardian, and I don't think I actually saw this being played in CC, so this is a totally card that people might not be familiar with.
Łukasz came in prepared with, now swinging definitely the light from top of his deck. Of course, a great pick to be in the banish zone for Chain, but he managed to block it out with Reduced Rune Chant as well. So everything came up pretty perfectly for Łukasz to get cover and
Yes,
run
absolutely.
away.
No mace from the shackle is like really important, especially at the very beginning of the game, because if Łukasz will give Adam time to set up bigger turns, pummel turns, a lot of disruption, he might just not have enough damage and power to just go through. But if he's not going to be missing from the shackles, he really is in a good spot to win this game.
So now, of course, free rune chance asking Adam that please prevent them with the one blue you had in hand, most likely, at least one of many blues you might have in hand. And now it currently should be 4 go again in a form of, I don't think it's 8, 9 or 11. Łukasz just decided that, you know what, I won't put the damage dice on it.
It's just less than what Stunt Response is blocking, so the damage was just covered by the defense reaction here.
But now Adam made use pitch 2 from 4 cards that he had in hand. So we know that his offensive turn might not be as premier. It's either that or he's gonna leak some of the damage that Łukasz will be presenting this turn, since Łukasz has 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal, and he's not stopping. And that's a Deathly Whale, a blue one, I believe, coming towards Adam's face. So it's not much, but it's enough to... it's a yellow one, sorry. And that's another stanch. So, wow, the whole turn covered from Łukasz's side, from Adam's side. So, no damage taken, and so far Adam is ahead.
Yeah, totally. And I would also like to point out that not many cards were used from Adam. He pitched most of them, so that means that when it comes to the deck size, Adam's also in the lead.
Oh, wow. Deathly Delight and chain specialization that's called Soul Reaping, I believe. So, so far I've seen in a chain list that they're running this as a one-off. I mean, it would be why it's called Legendary Chain Specialization after all. Premier pick, it's great to have it in a banish zone. And it says you may banish 1 or more cards from your hand rather than paying the soul ripping costs. You do gain a resource for each kind with a blob depth banished that way. So, and if you have 1 or more cards in the soul, it has go again. Of course, the other part of the text won't be relevant since we're not playing against a light hero. It's a throwback to Monarch times, but apart from that, Chain can of course give Soul Reaping go again regardless due to how Chain ability works and the Soul Shackle creation. But apart from that, we see a bit of a setup turn, it looks like, from Łukasz so far. Malefic Incantation is being played. It will help out with the Rune Chant generation later on. Right now, using the chest piece to generate a resource
and destroy the shackle. So Łukasz definitely cares about preserving as many cards in the deck as possible.
Another Malefic, yellow this time. So he'll be generating some rune chance for the future turns.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's going to try to set up a big turn for the future.
He still has the chain ability yet to use, as he will do it right now. Creating another Soul Shackle, playing Read the Runes, so creating 3 rune chance. And now we'll see what's the next thing that Łukasz will be doing. Might be pass, might be swing of a Deathly Delight. Okay, I see. So that's 3 rune chance into Deathly Delight, and generating 2 more rune chance in the back end, as Łukasz is doing right now from the Malefic incantations. So currently asking Adam to prevent 3. I think that's a red card in a pitch zone from Adam. Oh no, I must have been mistaken.
It's a blue chokeslam, I think.
Okay, so I thought this chokeslam is in red. That's what I was so surprised.
Oh yeah, they're also in blue.
That's why Adam. That's what I was so surprised that Adam is pitching it instead of trying to block with it or maybe swing it back at Łukasz. But right now, contemplating about the blocks from Deathly Delight. It's going to be on the edge of their seat, as well as Beckoner, Mistblade, and a chest piece from Adam. So Łukasz is stripping him down from his equipment suite.
Yes, totally. But that means that it looks like Adam...
Oh
my goodness, that's not the way
And
we
he's
expected
gonna-
this game to go. I mean, we were expecting Adam to just want to keep some cards to be able to just present some distraction in the following turn. However, he's
Look at
being
Adam's
distracted.
face.
Yeah,
He's
himself.
like in shock of what happened right now.
Yeah, he literally looks frozen in time. That's not what he expected. And honestly, the Pamal did not come from the side of the table that we expected to see. So
Oh wow, Adam is still trying to recover from what just happened. So that pummel was unexpected, I guess, for both
for
Adam
everyone.
and us as well.
Yes, totally.
So
We can see how Łukasz is just so proud of himself in that moment because he
I
totally
wonder if
caught
that's-
Adam off guard.
I wonder if that's a one-off or something that Łukasz just decided, you know what, I'll just pack it into my deck. So on the block, Seismic Surges also are created. Coming back to the chess piece, Łukasz is, of course, being fine with it as a good and in a good sportsmanship. Now the Soul Shackle trigger happens and we have Phantom Wraith or Phantom Banshee, one of those card being put in Łukasz Banished Zone, as well as a Spellblade Assault. There won't be a usage of Spellblade Assault, since that card doesn't have a Rune Gate keyword in it. But when it comes to Phantom Banshee or Wraith, it'll most likely be used during Łukasz's turn. Coming back to what I said about the chain specialization previously,
Yes.
it's been stuffed away a bit deeper inside the Banished Zone. I wonder if Łukasz will be able to utilize it.
There is a possibility that he already thinks that it's not going to be something he will be able to play.
You know what? I don't think that Łukasz, that this card might have a Rune Gate keyword in it.
That is true.
So,
Yeah, it does not. The Runegate keyword came up with the Dynasty expansion.
I see.
Yeah, so as that was a card from Monarch, this is not a card that has a Runegate.
So that grin from Łukasz's side once the Soul Reaping was being banished was not a grin of happiness. It was rather a grin of being, you know what, that's a one-off in my deck and it's being banished right now. So he wasn't the happiest about it. Right now, Łukasz was presenting 2 arcane damage in form of a Rune Chance, as well as 5 go again from the Phantom Wraith, currently being sent towards Adam's face. But Adam taking a fatigue-ish approach to this matchup. I don't know if that's...
This is a blue unmovable that he pitched to prevent the Rune Chant damage. And I don't know if you noticed, but Adam has a pummel in his hand right now.
Oh,
So
I did
he's-
not notice that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think he might be trying to do the math right now here about how much damage he needs to afford to go through, because as he has this panel, he know that he has a chance to come back in the following turn, but to be able to do that, he has to take some damage. So that's certainly not what he was hoping for this turn to happen.
Currently saying no blocks, just took the 5 damage. A bit unexpected, but as you said, since he has a pummel in hand, he can still threaten something more towards Łukasz. And and that's another copy of Phantom. Now it's Banshee for sure.
It's a Banshee, that's true.
So 2 Runechants, and I do believe that's a red copy, so it should be 7.
So it's, as of now, it's 9 damage coming Adam's way. I mean, he already paid for 1 Runechant because he had a leftover research from the Blue Unmovable he pitched. He took 1 Runechant, I believe. Yeah, that's why he dropped to 10.
Yep, just waiting for Łukasz to notice that and remove the Runechant that's still floating.
But you know what is the tricky part right now? Adam knew that there was a Pamel in Łukasz's deck, so he has to respect that right now. He cannot just, just casually drop to low life, because what if Łukasz has just another copy of Pamel? He needs to be minding that the card can be still in the deck.
Of course, and Łukasz can possibly, Adam can possibly know if that's a one-off that Łukasz is running, just to, make himself smile throughout the day while it's being resolved. Or is it a playset that will be haunting Adam for the rest of the game, that if Łukasz has the Pummel right now, it might be not only very disrupting for my game plan, but also game ending in some crucial moments.
Absolutely. And we see Adam activating the Bravo ability, so the Crash card will be dominated and bumped. And
I think it's Crash Confidence being currently played by Adam. We'll get a confirmation on that, but it looks like it, and that's a red.
Yes, it's a red one pumped by Bravo up to 9, so it's 9 dominate.
With a particularly pesky crash effect. When it deals 4 more damage to a hero, they lose all hero card abilities until the end of next turn. So no generating soul shackles from Łukasz's side, but it won't be happening, as we know that Sigil of Suffering was just waiting for Adam in the arsenal. So right now Łukasz is asking, would you like to pay 1 and block this for free? Which
the problem is, even if Adam pays 1, the crash effect still won't happen. So right now Adam needs to think whether he wants to arsenal the card or just pitch for the
and we know that's a Pummel, so
yeah, totally. He definitely wants to try to push.
Or is it? No, he actually pitched it in the end.
So he did decide to try to keep his life total as high as possible.
Well, it's 8-14, and Chain is being on the aggressor side right now. So Łukasz has 2 cards in hand, and he's now going to resolve 3 Soul Shackles. So that's a second copy of Pummel.
Okay, so it was important to actually play minding that the card could still be in the deck.
Oh, that's 3 copies. That's 3 cards in hand for Łukasz's side. I thought it's only 2, but right now the second copy of Pummel is being taken away from Łukasz's deck by the force of Soul Shackles. Therefore, we know at least Łukasz can take the weight off his shoulders, as he knows that he won't be getting pummeled anytime soon in this game.
Oh yeah, totally. A sigh of relief from Adam that he knows that the pummels are now gone from the deck. We can see that there's still 1 counter on Malefic Incantation, so there will be 1 more enchant created this turn.
Of course, and we've got the Deathly Wail in the Banish.
So
that will be able to... Łukasz will be able to swing that as he'll be generating the rune chants right now with activation of Chain ability, creating another Soul Shackle, giving the Read the Runes go again, and creating 2 rune chants on a backhand. And right now we'll have to see how Łukasz would like to play the rest of this turn out. I mean, Łukasz is on the offensive right now, but his deck is getting thinner and thinner with every Soul Shackle activation, and he's accumulating those.
Yes, and also what's happening is the fact that right now, as Adam knows, that there's like no longer Pummel in Łukasz's deck. He just needs to look at what's just being presented right in his face, and that's probably as much damage as is going to be there. So the math just became way easier for Adam when it comes to blocking beauty. And right now, free rune chance being triggered with the attack, and additional rune chant being created off of the Malefic Incantation, and Adam's thinking about which card to pitch. I think it's another copy of Blue Unmovable that was pitched by Adam.
Okay, so he's planning on defending the Deathly Whale in a other manner, not using the Unmovable. That could possibly help with that. So Macho Grande and Chokeslam currently blocking the Deathly Whale. And it looks like... okay, so Łukasz had the go again. I think the go again from Chain ability was used for the Read the Rune.
Yes, absolutely.
So now Łukasz thinking on the Arsenal targets?
I believe
yes.
so, yes. So Adam still managed to keep a card in hand. As long as it's a blue one, he can still swing with the Titan's Fist. But whatever that card was, he's not swinging with it. So we'll just be back to Łukasz's turn right now.
We know he used 2 Sigil of Sufferings, I think.
Yes, he does. So
he used 1 for sure. And now passing the priority, Arcane Casting, Read the Runes. So we've got no hits from Łukasz at all, even though he banished 4 cards from the top of his deck.
Absolutely. He was certainly hoping to get like at least a card or 2.
And we can see that Łukasz is not the happiest about it.
Even though he's smiling, but that's just the kind of player he is.
It's
he's
like
basically
smiling
always
through
smiling,
pain.
yes.
Everything is fine meme. Like the whole
Absolutely, yes.
room is burning and you're like, it's fine. But apart from that, that was very hurtful for Łukasz. I know that it's never nice that you don't get the results that you would like to from the cards you're playing. You, Anya, as a brute player
Absolutely.
yourself.
I mean, with the draw, discard, like random stuff. Yeah, well, obviously you're not happy when the things don't go your way. But as Łukasz already banished 4 cards this turn from the Sword Shackles, his deck is becoming smaller and smaller. The threats that could be played at the reaction step, so the Pummels and the Sigil of Suffering, are gone. So that's like a lot of things that could possibly mess up Adam's plans. They're just gone from the deck.
Okay, he used Ebony Fold this turn as a get out of jail card to banish Phantom Wraith, having 2 floating in a pitch zone right now, resolving Spellblade Assault, but I think it's only a blue one, so it's gonna be 1 arcane into 2 damage and creating 2 enchants on the back end, and we most likely be followed up with the Phantom Wraith that's currently in a banished zone for Łukasz. So I don't know. I'm looking at this gameplay of Chain, and he looks so fun. He must have been such a well and balanced hero in classic constructed meta, right?
Oh yes, so I mean, we both missed that, and I guess we just have to try to see how it looks in the demo version, right? Like without all the spicy stuff, like the Majestic and Legends, but it still looks really, really solid. Unfortunately for Łukasz, we can see that Adam is able to prevent and block quite nicely here. Meaning that not only his deck is getting smaller, he's not pushing through the damage that he wants to. The top clock's definitely taking here.
Exactly. From the cards that are being resolved, I can see that Łukasz is starting to lose all the gas he has in deck.
Absolutely, there's not gonna be like any real surprises from the deck, most likely. Adam's still at a reasonably healthy 8 life with how well Guardians block.
Exactly.
It's still it looks like a safe spot. He still has access to equipment with blocks, so it's not going to look great. It's not looking great for Łukasz right now. He certainly has to find a way to string like a lot of attacks to be able to get out of this, but it's not going to be an easy task for him. That's for sure.
Okay, but still blocking it all out just as he wants to. Just because he can see that maybe Łukasz is starting to lose the tempo. He's not letting his guard down and he's playing to his best odds. I think after all, he's gonna take a point of damage this turn. Very generous offer from Adam.
Absolutely.
You know what?
I can take one.
I can take one. You can have it. I'll take one. But apart from that, he's passing priority, going back to Łukasz. And do you think that he's doing that as he knows that Łukasz has very, very... Oh, wow, he hits...
I think.
Oh, wow, he hits all the good stuff now.
Okay, so, well, it certainly makes up for the previous turn where there were no hits. However, we can still see that the deck is like really super thin. So as long as Adam is going to be able to mostly block this turn,
Yep.
he's still in a pretty commanding position here to win this game.
So I think that it's the very last turn on the offensive side from Łukasz, since we probably can see that Łukasz has like 2 cards left in the main deck. So he would like Soul Shackles like will fail to trigger since he firstly draw up his hand and then
Absolutely,
he proceeds
yes.
to banish the hand. So as long as he uses 2 cards from hand, he won't be able to banish anything from Soul Shackles. But of course he might pitch something and that'll go back to the deck. But
Totally.
regardless of that,
Okay, this was more cards than we
Oh.
thought, like about 4.
oh, sorry.
believe.
I thought it was 4, but I think regardless, even if somehow Łukasz pitches 2 cards back into his deck, he has 5 Soul Shackles, and I believe he wants to use all of the cards in the balance zone, so he'll be generating additional 1. So that will come up to like some total of 6. So this might be one of the very last hands we see from Łukasz on the offensive side.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be the turn when a lot of damage is going to be presented. We'll see how much
Well, hopefully it will be presented. I mean, if you're a
Absolutely.
Łukasz fan back at home, you would like to see that. But the problem with the Runegates cards is that it requires rune chants, and we can see that Łukasz has none.
Yes, as
and-
of now, he has no equipment to generate rune chants. There's no Malefic in play. So it's going to be demanding to actually be able to create enough rune chants to be able to use the Runegate cards.
Of course, I would like to come back a bit to Łukasz's side or Łukasz's choice of equipment when it comes to legs, since those stilettos allow him to give the next action card go again. So that's also a way of cheating the action points, but we'll still have to see how he plans to utilize it possibly. Right now, activating the chain, taking a easy way out of this situation. But apart from that, we get to see on how he is planning to move with his turn.
Right now, we can see that Adam decided to fully block the first attack presented by Łukasz. And he's just dropping his entire hand to fully block whatever damage was coming at him. And we can see that Łukasz moved in with the last card into Arsenal. He's going to draw most of his deck. And it is really important to make sure that he will be pitching the cards in correct order, because
he'll be banishing some of them for sure.
Absolutely, like all of them as of now. We can see there are like 2 cards left in the deck. So actually, the pitch stack did not matter at this point, really.
Last time we thought there's gonna be 2 cards
Yeah,
left in the deck.
absolutely, yeah. So
So Adam has plenty of cards in his deck, and he's very comfortable in blocking this out. I think
he can literally just pass the turn and just, let Łukasz do whatever he can with the amount of cards he has in hand, because there's literally none more in the deck. And we can see that even though Łukasz is smiling, he's not really happy about how this game went. He will be trying to change some of the attacks for sure, but it doesn't mean there's gonna be enough to go through the Guardians while blocking. So I think the game's actually over, but let's just give some time to Łukasz to do the math to be sure.
let's not cross Łukasz out yet. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way out of this situation for him.
I mean, I heard that there's a possibility that your opponent might just forget to block.
Yeah,
That could happen. I mean, like he needs to play his outs, right? And even if he doesn't have many options, he needs to try to do something.
Off of the Arc Knight being resolved right now, generating a rune chant. So and getting a go again. So right now the boosts from Łukasz's side are being active as it's an attack reaction. It requires to play a non-attack action during your turn. So right now there's a possibility to use them, but Łukasz is just calmly going through his banish zone, and Adam is going through his graveyard. It's not looking good. Did Łukasz pass the priority? Might look like it, since he got he left his cards in the end, just creating a rune chant and saying,
Absolutely,
I'll
yes.
pass. And apart from that, yeah, it's Adam's turn right now. So players having a bit of a laugh as
I mean, there's not much else that can be done here, right?
well, chain
Łukasz is
gives,
just going-
chain takes, as they
Absolutely,
say.
Yes.
So right now there's a big 7, I believe, coming towards Łukasz's face, and it'll be also destroying a rune chant on the. No, it's got +1, since it's if the opponent controls an aura token, you get +1 on this Guardian attack. That came out in the Mastery Pack Guardian, and that's the second copy Adam is resolving during this match. So
Oh my god, and a pummel
Yep.
just to finish him off for, like, in a style.
So Adam just said, you know what, I'll go out in a style as well. So said no blocks, and Adam finished it off with a pummel. So turns out it's the Bravo that's getting a win today on stream. And Adam is moving to a bracket with a 4-1, showing his prowess in piloting the Guardian decks. Of course, great congratulations to Łukasz as well. He tried his best, but Chain is one of those decks that it's prone to random number generation, as players often refer to RNG. And unfortunately, during this match, I don't think the RNG was on the
his
Łukasz side. Yeah.
Do you think that if the cards shown from the Soul Shackles in the last 2 turns, last 3 turns, do you think that if it would line up differently, there was a chance for Łukasz to actually pull out this and just drink enough damage to win?
I think there was a turn when he had like 4 Soul Shackles. He banished 4 cards from the top of his deck.
Yes, and there was like no hits there, right?
Yes, and there was like no hits at all from the banished. So I think that was very impactful for Łukasz's game plan. And by impactful, I mean harmful. And but even if
I'm still thinking, even if you would if the cards shown of the Soul Shackles, even if there would be like these 2-3 hits would be in that turn, and there would be no hits in the following turn, do you think that you actually still had a chance? Or
I think Łukasz would have to find a way to both generate quite an amount of rune chants while also presenting like 6 go again into 7. I'd say.
absolutely, yes.
And that wasn't the case in this game. He played some Deathly Delights. He played some. There was the one good turn when Adam leaked some damage. That was the.
There was a pummel turn, right?
Yeah,
And there was a pummel turn not from the player we expected it to be.
Of course. So the pummel, of course, was a huge tempo swing for Łukasz, for the chain player. But I think that most importantly, that the turn that he played Phantom Wraith into Phantom Banshee was also very impactful.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Adam leaked damage over there. And if just maybe Łukasz was able to come up with a turn or 2 like that as well, I think he will be switching the odds in his favor.
Yeah, totally.
But as of now, it's the Adam on Fluttering Showman Bravo winning this match. So
Guardian working for him yet again, right? And the Pummel just, finishing the game in style. So
exactly.
absolutely nothing less than what we expected of him.
Exactly. Our beloved Guardian from Welcome to Rave takes the round 5 win. And right now, with that, we would like to take you for a quick break before we prepare round 6 too. So thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more. Hello guys, welcome back. It's the 6th and final round of our ProQuest Plus held in Silver Age here at Gdańsk.
So one more, I mean, after this one's over, we're going to have a top 8. So do you have like, some predictions about who we will see in the top 8 and who could we possibly have as a winner?
I mean, I know for a fact that we're gonna see the Terra from the previous round in the top 8 as of now, because Adam won the 5th game. He's 5-0, so we know for sure that whatever happens in his 6th
there's gonna be a big hammer in the top 8.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big hammering in the top 8 from the Terra side. We'll see if someone will come up and stop him. I'm also predicting a chain, of course, in the top 8.
Totally.
But apart from that, I guess I'll see the Briar. We might see Adam, depending on how his game right now will go. So it'll be a mix. It won't be as dominated as in the other tournaments. That's only Chain and all him. I mean,
we could only have chains, based on what we've seen, right? We had a lot of Guardian players, but Althim was not one of the chosen heroes.
I'm still in a great shock that no one decided to lock in Althim, but I guess
probably not a bigger shock than when Adam saw the pummel being played against him in the previous round. So
yeah, not as big, but still in quite a shock. But coming back to the game, we've got the round 6 for you guys prepared, and it's another Chain, and it's returning player to our stream. It's Paweł Sosnowski piloting Chain against Andrzej Lamecki piloting Lexi Livewire. So it's the clash of 2 LL heroes as it is in Silver Age format. And Paweł is coming back to the stream with 4-1, same score for Andrzej. And we'll have to see if Paweł is being buffed by the stream or is it a downfall for him this time. So Arctic Incarceration, red played and resolved from Andrzej's side. Therefore, frostbiting Paweł to infinity and beyond. And if I had enough time to look at Chain's deck and how they pilot, they don't really like pitching towards swinging their cards.
They're just gonna, just cheating the cards with the rune gate abilities, just making your cards cheaper because of having the rune chance. So this is definitely going to be a tricky spot for Paweł. Definitely not the way he wanted to respond, and we can see that he's activating
Ebony Fold very quickly, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So using the Phantom Banshee into the banish zone from the Ebony Fold interaction, drawing a card since it's a shadow, and that'll be a pass. So it looks like Paweł came up with quite a plan, and we can see that there's another pummel lurking in Paweł's hand from the Chain player's perspective. So right now Andrzej has a priority, but it'll be curious to see how he'll react to the pummel.
Yeah, what I would like to say is that pummel really is an important card and it can disrupt players pretty much. However, it's not like a CC. We do not have the common plus pummel, so Andrzej will still be able to play the card from Arsenal. So he should not be punished by it as much as it could have been if it was a CC game.
So right now we're seeing that Paweł is resolving Malefic Incantation yellow. And we've got a confirmation that Paweł actually used Ebony Fold during his opponent's turn as an instant after Arctic Incarceration resolved to tow back basically from all the frostbite he had on him. And right now it's a first turn from Paweł's side. So we are starting with Deathly Delight, creating a rune chant on a backhand, as we're starting with the Soul Shackle, and it's currently Forgo again from Paweł's side. Andrzej saying no blocks, as it looks like it will be quite an aggro matchup. And yeah, it took 5 damage since most likely there was a rune chant coming before that. And right now Paweł will simply move to the arsenal and pass the turn back to Andrzej. And we'll have to see what Andrzej would like to present towards Paweł in
He
response.
only took 5 damage, so it isn't as much, and he's working with a 5-card hand. And we see a sizzle being turned up in the arsenal. So the first attack that will happen will be turned up, and we can see that the hat was activated to take the sizzle from the arsenal, which means Andrzej wants to be able to activate Death Dealer and put an arrow into the arsenal. So he needed to empty the arsenal this way.
Yeah, so we've got Legacy activation as well as Death Dealer activation, and currently putting a card inside the arsenal that is most likely an arrow, as it's typical for Rangers, and that would be it when it comes to non-other actions. That would
It looks like
typically
a
pump it.
snapshot, I believe.
It might be, and it's being fused. Oh yeah, it's definitely a snapshot, and since it is lightning fused, oh okay, I see. You may activate an abilities of both you control as an additional time this turn as though they were an instant. Therefore,
Everything will line up pretty well. Like, I mean, Andrzej managed to fuse it. He took out the card from Arsenal, so he activated Lexi. He has a pump for the future action that he'll definitely play. He has a go again. He has, oh wow, still the following scar for a scar. Having go again as he's on a lower life total. So looks like everything's lining up pretty well for him.
yeah, it looks like quite a well calculated turn from Andrzej's side, and the fact that he still has 2 pitch in a pitch zone means he can activate the Death Dealer for free, quote unquote, that from the previously pitched blue card. He doesn't need to pitch another card in hand, so he can load an arrow, as he will do right now, and benefit from simply drawing another card. And that's a second activation of Lexi, since now the, I assume, ice card is being put in the arsenal from the dual elemental wielding archer of Flesh and Blood. Oh no, that's another snapshot.
Yeah. So we can see that combat chain was closed as of now, and with how many cards Andrzej is still working with, this is going to be like a really huge turn.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness, he's playing double Lace of Blood Road, so it's going to be extremely tricky for Paweł to actually be able to pull off something, to be able to prevent 4 more damage being taken from the Blood Road pox that will be created if this attack will hit.
And
he would need to basically dump his entire hand nearly, or just, just keep 1 and just give the equipment, but it's not looking good for him, that's for sure.
Definitely. And the fact that, well, there is a way most likely for Paweł to block it all out completely and not take the Bloodrot Pox tokens on his side. He'll be losing all the tempo that he has in this game. And since it's an aggro matchup, the tempo is highly, highly important. Therefore, this combination of archer pumps into that snapback was simply a brutal way of trying to win a game from Andrzej's side.
We can see that Paweł decides to take nearly all of the damage of the arrow attack, which means he will be given 2 Bloodrot Pox, which will be triggering at the end of his turn. Luckily for him, even if he will not be able to prevent any damage of the Bloodrot Pox, it's not going to kill him. He'll simply drop down to 1, and he's going to have to try to pull off something really huge to be able to get himself out of this. But we can see that there is a pummel, as there is a pummel in hand. He does have something really scary to work with.
Sure, but Andrzej is working with a 5-card hand of his own. So Paweł cleverly decided that he'll be taking most of this damage and preserving cards in his hand. But apart from that, we can see that he's shaking his head. He's deep in his thoughts, creating the Soul Shackle and activating the Chain ability, giving this blue Spellblade Assault go again, therefore dealing 1 arcane into 2 damage 2 physical damage and creating 2 arcane on the back end, most likely from that. So we get to see how it will play out. So far, Andre can afford to simply say no blocks and take all of this damage, since it's not threatening lethal. And if Andre is able to... Oh wow, now it's being pummeled. So, and there was another pummel in Pavel's hand. It's not like he had no intention of blocking. It would be simply very not beneficial.
Yeah,
So
that's true. So right now, stripping cards from Andrzej's hand, stripping down his life, just coming to single digit. However, Andrzej still has a lot of cards to work with. Pavel is not going to be able to threaten a lot. He just played another copy of Malefic Incantation. It was a red one, and right now we have 3 Rune Chant
and a Phantom Banshee. So I think it is threatening lethal. So it's a red Phantom Banshee, so it definitely comes for 7. And we have, I believe, 3 Rune Chants generated. So it's 10 damage threatened in total.
Yeah, however,
Pavel's
Andrzej
side.
still has equipment to block with. There's for blocking this, he will have one block on the shoes. He has the Swift Shot, which will be blocking for free if he will choose this card to drop as the blocker, which is most likely going to be his choice, because ours are generally the cards that are blocking most efficiently in the Ranger decks.
Yeah, Pavel managed to strip, it looks like, 2 cards from Andrzej's side. So, and Andrzej will still be taking 3 damage, it looks like it. So, even though... Pavel dropped down to 0, which is not correct.
Oh yeah, looks like they just...
He's still left at 1.
That's correct,
and
yes.
well, Andrzej is in control right now, and we see Entwine Lightning as well as Weave Lightning. Oh wow!
Oh wow! Okay,
Weave
that's
Lightning, Sizzle
a lot of
into
damage.
Entwine Lightning. It's a 10 damage turn from Andrzej's side, and it is blockable.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't mean that Pavel has to just die this turn. However, that means basically he's going to have to just get rid of his entire hand to be able to survive this.
And well, he has 1 Rune Chant, so that would mean that he will drop... Well, there is actually a way, I think. If you will need a tremendous amount of luck, but if you block all of your hands and then use the gloves, that will generate you a Rune Chant as an instant or action with Go again.
Yes.
You will get to 2 Rune Chants, and then if you hit specifically Runegate card with Runegate 2, you'll be able to send the 2 Rune Chants into... Oh wow, and he's gonna create the...
Oh wow, he's
Rune Chants.
getting the Rune Chants, so there is a way for him to get out of this.
Yeah,
mess.
right now hitting anything, Spellbook Assault and
Reduce the-
Runeblood Incantation. So that's unfortunately way
Not what
too
he was
little.
hoping for here.
Yeah, but I completely forgot that Reduce the Rune Chant also creates a Rune Chant when it defends. So right now, that would be so good if Pavel was able to hit the attack from the top of his deck. And you can see at his face that he's not the happiest about it, because he could... Any attack would be good enough. Like, I mean, maybe not power-wise if you hit only blues, but if you hit reds, even if they cost 3, you will be able to generate up to 3 Rune Chants, and then proceed with your turn and swing some massive damage towards Andrzej. I think that was the turn that you needed a bit of chain-related luck on your side, and since
Oh my
it was
God.
none...
I don't know if you noticed, but the snapback shot was snapshot was just fused with the lightning press.
I see, so
that means that this...
he
Yeah,
wants
sure.
to send a message. Andrzej wants to send a message.
Absolutely. I mean, sure, Pavel could block it for 4, but then he just dies. However, if he's going to just, give 3 cards from his hand to be able to block this, it still doesn't mean that he's going to be in a good spot to try to win this game.
I was so really interested on how the game will develop if Pavel somehow was able to hit an attack from the top of his deck. But so far it looks like Andrzej is in the pilot seat, and there's no way for Adam to take it away from him. So another card drawn from the Death Dealer activation. And the fact that being at 1 health doesn't help. Basically, any turn that you'll be able to go 3 attacks wide, retaining, of course, the Lightning Press, will be death sent for Pavel. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, totally. At this point, I don't see any way for Pavel to be able to win the game.
So right now we're being resolved the Dazzling Crescendo, and the Lightning Fusion again fused with Lightning Press allows it to gain go again. So it's 4 go again. Pavel is only opting to block 3.
And that is GG.
No blocks and GG's, and we can't really see what was in Pavel's hands, but he couldn't block with it.
I mean, I think it was only blocking for 2, so it wouldn't matter if he would block with it or not, because the Lightning Press would kill him anyway. I see.
So in the end, it's the Lexi who's winning this matchup. So
a single Lexi in this meta completely dominated by Chain, and we have the Lightning Icy Lady in the top 8.
Exactly. So I think the meta in top 8 will be very, very specific. Like I said, I don't want to repeat myself over and over again, but so far I've seen from the Silver Ages held events in this format are certainly dominated by both Chain and by Oldhim. And right now we have Terra, we now have Andrzej with Lexi in top 8. So there most likely will be some chains, 1 or 2, but possibly 1 less now due to Pavel losing his game. But apart from that, very interesting and very different from what we saw from previous Silver Age events.
Is there any other hero that you think has a chance at the top 8? Do we have an Ira maybe in the top 8?
I'd say yes. We definitely had to have Ira 5-0. Before that, we had Janek, who yesterday was at top 4 in the Nationals.
In Battle Hardened, yes.
In Battle Hardened. He was also top 4 at Polish Nationals last year, so year 2025.
So he's gonna try to break the curse of being top 4, I guess.
I mean, only Janek can try to do that, so fingers crossed that he will, of course. We're rooting for you, Janek, if you, of course, manage to go to top 8, but I think after scoring 5-0, even if you lose, that should be an easy task for you. And if I'm being honest, I'd like to see Kano. I'd like to see Kano in top 8. I'd like to comment on Kano gameplay. The Kano is the very hero that got me into Flesh and Blood. I'm not gonna lie. It was players like Tomek, like Piotrek were talking about Flesh and Blood since we met each other on other TCG, but quickly Flesh and Blood came out as a topic and it got me interested, and then I decided that, you know what, I'll try to dig a bit of info about this game myself, and I stumbled upon Majin's Bay channel, and once he was a prominent Kano player, and
I mean, he's still a prominent Wizard player, but we just no longer have Kano in the Classic Constructor. But hey, we have him here in the Sage, so if you're missing Kano, you can still do some arcane damage shenanigans. Yeah,
I hopefully do, and I'm really looking forward to calling London in Compendium of Rave, that I'll hopefully be able to attend it, and I'll try my very best to cook up the best Wizard list and come prepared with either Kano or Icelander, hopefully.
Sounds scary.
Nah,
so everyone at home, like if you're just going to be facing Dobby, yes,
pack your fire extinguishers. I'm going with Kano or Icelander.
Yeah, take the null ones because they're gonna be needed if you face Dobby. So I guess we'll be having the top 8 announcement pretty soon. So
exactly, we're just gonna move to the end of the round 6. We're gonna ask our judges for the preparation of the top 8 pairings and standings, and with that we'll take a bit of a longer break, and with that we'll come back to you and present both which players and heroes made to top 8, and how the standings look like.
Yeah, so see you soon.
See you soon. Thank you. Yes, welcome back to the ProQuest Plus hosted here at Gdańsk. We are having this ProQuest in the Silver Age format, and we're currently proceeding with the top 8 of the tournament after 6 rounds of encouragement and all the titanic work put into the matchups and hard-earned winnings. We got the top 8. Would you mind presenting it to us, Piotr?
Yeah, we'll be happy to see it. I'm just waiting for our guy to show it to us. So we have Adam Urban, Artur Wysocki together with Terra and Kano. I've heard that the Adam Urban is actually afraid of Kano player. He hoped that there is no wizard in top 8, but there is one and they actually playing each other. Yeah. Next we have Kamil Żerek on Briar versus Jan Wojtecki on Ira, and this will be our feature match. We didn't show those two players today, although Jan Wojtecki yesterday played on stream. And we'll see how this matchup goes. Then we have Andrzej Lamecki on Lexi that we already saw, and Paweł Sosnowski on Chain, and this was our last match.
It's simply a rematch from round 6 of the ProQuest Plus.
They actually are paired together, which happens sometimes in the tournaments. And the last is Wojciech Arden on Valda, Brightex, that we didn't saw, and Adam Skruk on Bravo, Fluttering Showman, that was already on stream. So the Guardian Mirror, I hope both of them are bringing the bigger hammer. So I think we can just jump into the match. The funny thing is that we have all heroes in top 8 are unique. We don't have more than one player with the same hero, and we let our players that we can go, and we can start the I would say it's more of an aggro match than control. And we see Ira with the setup with double Kodachi and Briar with Ripping Blade as a weapon. And I think the rest of the equipments are pretty standard, I would say. What do you say?
So the Briar is backing Blade Beckoner, Helm, and Boots, as well as Blossom of Spring and Bracers of Belief in the arm piece. And when it comes to Paweł equipment suite, I'm just interested about the head choice. I believe it is...
Must have many faces, I believe, but I'm not sure that's the correct card. So regardless of that, we'll come back to that in a second. But proceeding with the game, Jan decided that he's starting, and he started with Kodachi into Kodachi, and the other one was pumped by Legacy of Ikaru, the same card that ended the game in the Swiss against Ira against the Bravo. And right now, Jan is also ending that with the Scar for a Scar. Just as a finisher, so Jan managed to push 1 damage through, and right now he's hoping maybe he can somehow push 1 more damage or something, and he guessed the equipment piece. So I'm curious to see what's the last card in Kamil Żerek's hand. Żerek, it should be Żerek, I believe, so we have to correct on stream. It was Scar for a Scar, so a very good card to keep. 4 go again, for sure kept in the hand to just present it as a first attack, probably, to be sure it gets go again. And as I thought, Kamil starts with it, and I think as a second player he may get some good tempo from the start, even though the 1 damage was pushed through by Jan. Let's see how he responds to that, and he just puts
on the horizon.
On the horizon, block 4. It's very reasonable to play it with Ira, a more of a control version, I believe. But usually Ira is some...
Scar for a Scar. Oh, wow.
I think right now Jan is like, maybe I should block for 3, just take 1, and not get the second Scar for a Scar here.
Most likely, but Haman, who could have known that it's going to be Scar for a Scar into Scar for a Scar?
That's right.
So, quite a start from Kamil on Briar, and looks like Jan is saying no blocks to that, taking 4. So currently having 3 cards in hand and a card in arsenal against Kamil's 2 cards in hand. We still get to see how it will play out for Kamil. I believe he would also like to preserve something for the arsenal to prepare some bigger turns later on as Ira in the Silver Age format does not have such an oppressive on-hit effect. It's Entwine Lightning, possibly
we are changing
taken
some of
back.
the
I think there's gonna be
embodiment of Earth created as the attack action has hit. Yeah. And there's Entwine Lightning and Arcanic Shockwave, I believe. And he's deciding which card to send. Both of them are elemental, so you cannot fuse one another, but both of them are feasible. And this one, the Entwine Lightning gets Go Again if it's fused with Lightning, and the Arcanic Shockwave deals 1 arcane damage. And he decided to end up with Finisher.
A finisher.
Yeah, a finisher.
Instead of a starter, possibly.
I think I would do it opposite way, as the Go Again is much more valuable, and I think it's you rather want to keep Go Again as is harder to get it.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. I like Kami's way of thinking. So Arcanic Shockwave can go for 5 in total. You need to fuse it. It will also be doing arcane damage. So it all depends. I mean, Kamil is also knows what cards he has in deck, so he knows what ratios of lightning cards he might expect in the future hands, and what's better. He might also know what the deck lacks of. If it lacks the sources of possibly fusing it, he might store the card fusing the Arcanic Shockwave. He might store it in the arsenal for the turn when he will be able to do that. Or maybe the Go Again in this deck is not a problem at all for Kamil.
Maybe, but still, Kamil managed to do 12 damage, 12 value with just 3 cards and leave 1 in arsenal. So I think he's really happy on how his first turn is going. Jan is taking some time to think about the last block of this turn. If he wants to block 3, take the whole 4, maybe his hand is actually more of an aggro this turn. So let's just see. Let's give Jan some time.
We've got a confirmation that the headpiece from Jan's side is indeed Mask of Many Faces, and as for that, we know that Jan doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, Piotr, but I don't think Jan has any form of AB.
Yeah, not any form of AB, but this version of Briar, the cheerless one, even without grasps, the only sources of arcane damage is probably Arcanic Shockwave. I don't know if there are many more left in the deck, so you don't want to get rid of 1 block value and possibly other value from your pieces of equipment just to get Arcanic Barrier if you rather not use it for the whole game. So it's not Wizard. It's fine to just leave it without Arcane Barrier to play against Briar.
I see.
I would say like that.
Okay. Interesting. So Kamil passed his turn, arsenaling that Arcanic Shockwave, and now passing by priority back to Jan.
He used 3 pieces of equipment to just get the block value out of them, and now he's able to use it from this turn on.
It must be quite an offensive turn from Jan's side, as he throw all the equipment he had to block it all out.
And now this is a scar for a scar from Jan. So we can see how powerful this card is in Silver Age format if you're playing aggro matchups. It's a scar for a scar.
It's a scar for a scar, yeah. Funnily enough, Scar for a Scar just got itself and yet another promo version that will be available in Pro Tour Yokohama for all the participants and Pro Tours attendants as well.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to see those snatches, Scar for Scars, some Fate for Sins, things below, like the core cards for this game to be actually reprinted in some promo versions. Sigil of Solace, for example, from Barcelona is the same example of reprints and making the Altards versions. And we can see that right now Kamil took 2 damage and he blocked with a card that...
it's Bittering Thorns coming towards Kamil's
and it's coming
face.
for 5 because Aura's ability, and it will be a little bit harder for Kamil to block it out.
Definitely, it requires 2 cards, and if it hits, and it might do it... Oh wow, actually Kamil wants to block it out completely, so just saying that I will block it all out.
And I just say, if you would have left Entwine Lightning Arsenal, you would be able to throw 2 attacks in a turn. If you're not having any go again, you can just throw one attack and you're basically using value on blocking. And this is what I mentioned. I think that was just a mistake. I played Briar a lot, and the go again is very important when you're playing version like that. And I think Kamil just realized that when he threw 2 cards with block 2 and flying kick to end it all for 7, and that is a huge turn from Jan Wojtecki. I thought that after the turn 1, it looked a little bit doomed for him, but right now the perfect comeback turn with a lot of damage presented and a lot of value gained. And we are back to Kamil. He's left with 2 cards, and I believe it will just be 4 from him. It may be fused or not fused. We'll just see it all. The embodiment of Earth is gone, but it was not used at all because all Kamil drew was only attack action cards.
Bracers of Belief, Malefic Incantation on the top of Kamil's deck.
So we'll get +2 on the next attackers, I believe.
Yeah, but see, that's what I wanted to say. That yeah, sure, you lose the source of go again, but now you get Lightning Surge in the arsenal, which gets unconditional go again.
Of course.
And the Arcanic Shockwave is right now swinging for 5. So if Jan decides not to block it, so 1 damage he'll be taking unconditionally since it pings him for 1. And
it already creates embodiment, but I think that Kamil is not remembering about it right now, but probably they will figure it out after this attack is resolved.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know why it's going for 6. Oh, sorry, from the Braces of Belief.
Yeah.
So it's a decent 1-card play. You
course.
swing 7 points of damage, and if you were to say go again into go again from Entwine Lightning and a card, you'd be going 7 as well, or 8.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you know, we just lost 1 card to block for 2 and not attack for 4. So it's like 2 value missed. If you even it out with Arcanic Shockwave, 1 arcane damage fused, it's about 1 value missed. And you always want to maximize this value. So 1 value is probably missed throughout the turn, but I think Kamil still has opportunity to come around in this game.
Sure.
And Lightning Surge in Arsenal is the 1 card that you want to see here.
It's a premium card for the Arsenal.
Card. Yeah, that's correct. It actually played in all versions of Briar from the beginning, so there is no surprise about that.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see how Janek responds. The first turn from Janek, the last turn from Janek was actually a blowout, so I want to see what is he doing right now.
Okay, so Rising Crane?
Yeah, it's just blocked for free. And we'll see what he can present this turn. His equipment is available to present 2 with Tiger Swipe.
They get a confirmation. I think Jan is saying to Kamil that, you know what, you pinged me for 1 arcane, and then you missed the window to create the embodiment of Earth from Briar. I'm fine with you creating the embodiment, but just keep it in mind. And
yeah, as I talked with them for a few minutes before they started the game, Kamil is actually playing Jan's deck. That he borrowed him, and they met up in first round of the Swiss today, and Jan was teaching Kamil what he should be doing. So I think right now they're just saying, Kamil, I taught you that. You should remember that.
Yeah, whatever Jan taught Kamil, it turned out great since Kamil finished the Swiss portion of the format with 5-1.
Yeah, of course.
Blade Beckoner, Kodachi into Kodachi, commenting 2 of the out of possible Blade Beckoner's equipment suite.
Yeah,
so covering 1 and covering 2 respectively.
And just taking 1 by Kamil after this equipment, and now
using Shuko and Pouncing Paws.
Summing up to Crouching Tiger for 2. It will just be fast. And there's a mask of many faces.
It's naming the Crouching Tiger something.
Yeah, we'll probably figure it out in a second what the Crouching Tiger will be named, because we don't have audio from the players.
In the meantime, Kamil seeing no blocks, going down to 7 life. And right now it's going to be...
it's a life of a party. So I believe he named Crouching Tiger Crazy Brew. And now he's destroying this. We could see on stream the life of the party text. That would be great to just figure out what exactly the free modes are doing.
And as someone in the chat said, that Mask of Many Faces is probably for life of the party.
And that player
and
was
that is
correct.
true.
So when we, as an additional cost, we can destroy a card named Crazy Brew, and the crashing die was named Crazy Brew, rather than pay life for of the party cost. So it costs 0, and if we do it this way, we choose all modes. So when this hits, Jan will gain 2. This will get +2 and go again. So basically, it's a 6 for 0 go again, and the massive momentum was just great for it.
It's more. It's 6 for 0 gets go again, and when it hits, heal 2. So it's possible 8 value, if not counting go again, for 0. And Mask of Many Faces was a great tool to do that.
And it's finished up with Torrent of Tempo for 5 with on-hit gain go again, but it doesn't matter as it was a finisher. And unfortunately, Camille is 9 life behind, and he's left up only with 3 cards. He can still present 12 and make Jan block with some cards from hand. We can see the first results of the top 8, and Artur Wysocki on Kano beat Terra, so Terra was terrified for some reason, and Paweł Sosnowski took revenge on Andrzej Lamecki, and this time won with a chain versus Lexi. But we'll back to the game, and Kamil Żerek is starting with the Lightning Surge that he put in Arsenal, so a bit of a setup for a Briar player here. For now, if Janek wants, he can just take the 4, stay on 7 and see what's next from Kamil. I think on 7 you are quite happy with not being killed by random arcane damage that Briar can present, so...
definitely, but on the other hand, there's a reason why Kamil decided to say no blocks. He had the Embodiment of Earth generated. He could even like block out the life of the party, possibly to give it go again. But apart from that, maybe... it looks like it shapes up that Kamil did not have the non-attack actions to boost them with the Embodiment of Earth. Therefore, with the last card in hand, Kamil is simply thinking on how he will proceed with his turn.
And I think it's a Photon Rush that just was played by Kamil here. It's a Photon Rush, I believe, yeah. And this card has a Lightning Flow. If you've played Lightning card this turn, this gets go again. And Lightning Surge is a Lightning card, so it's a free go again. It's in some kind it's a Fry, 3 for 0 go again, but it blocks 3 when Fry blocks 0. So it's for this kind of a deck, I think is a good addition. And we have another Lightning Flow card. It's 4 for 0 go again, and if this hits a hero, it will deal 1 additional
point of arcane.
1 arcane, yeah.
So right now, Janek can say no blocks since he will be dead to the physical damage. He can block for 1. He can block 1 card, and he still be taking in total 2 points of damage, 1 from the physical and 1 from the arcane. But Kamil's at 2, and his equipment is all used up. I think he can still try to block the very first Kodachi that will be going with the boots that he has.
I think they were already used, and this has 2 counters on it. But we'll just have to see on his turn if he manages to use them. So basically, as I said, Kamil presented 12 with the 3 cards. That's what you want to do with Briar. But I don't think it's enough. Jan is thinking which card I want to give up, and then how to probably take all cards from Kamil's hand. 1 blue card gives Jan 1 Kodachi for 1, then second Kodachi for 2 go again, and it already must be blocked by Kamil to not die, and then he will be left with 2 more cards to take as many cards from Kamil's hand. So we should give some time for Jan to think about it, to calculate all the things, if what he's thinking about his turn is correct.
Sure. And while Jan takes his sweet time, I have this reoccurring thought throughout the whole tournament that we have today. We see a lot of heroes that already LL'd. Throughout all of these heroes, which one do you miss the most, Piotr?
Which one do I miss the most? So I think that Oldhim, it was a fun hero, but I know that a lot of players disliked him, especially with the amount of disruption this deck is producing. Like the Winter's Veil that on hit always gave Frostbite.
The Frosty 4.
The Frosty 4. I miss that. I think that I miss the least I miss the Lexi, our ranger. I think this deck was cool, but it was not fun to play against. If you just drew the 3 of a kind, that was just pretty broken, and the opponent couldn't do much about that. And I miss Briar as well. Briar, after nerfing the passive ability of Briar, that it generated only 1 embodiment of Earth, not as many as he did in the round, was pretty good.
Oh wow, Arcane Polarity in response to Kamil's Arcane ping. So Jan goes back to 6. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that was quite a turn.
And now with 2 cards, I think Kamil will be left with only 1 card in hand, and we have the Looking for a Scrap for 5. That already takes 2 cards from Kamil's hand, and then it will be followed up with nothing, because I think there is a red card in the pitch zone. That means that Kamil will stay with 2 cards in hand at the end of this turn, and still Blossom of Spring available in his chest piece to gain 1 resource.
Yeah, correct. I thought it's a blue, and the Kodachi for 2 will follow, forcing another block, and then Kodachi for 1. So even if Kamil was about to take it in this hypothetical scenario, he'll be going down to the range of being Kodachi locked, as we often say.
Right now there is 4 going into Jan's face, and
Burn Up in Shock.
Yeah, Burn Up shown on the top of the deck, and with another card left in hand, Kamil will be able to present possibly another 4. So I think Jan missed this Kodachi's last turn a lot. And I don't know if there was some kind of misplay as he blocked with a blue pitch.
But look at that. He blocked with it because he had no other blue pitch in a grave.
Yeah, I get it. But even if you have blocked with another card for 2, you'll go down to 1 and then gain 4 again up to 5. And you would have presented Kodachi 4. And that takes 3 cards in total, not just 2. You'll end up with one less life, but you'll take 2 more cards. And I think this way around, at the end game, it is more important to get rid of the cards from your opponent than that. But maybe Jan has some plan. Maybe he wanted to stay on a higher life, and he thought that Kamil will probably break in some way. But let's see. There's double for 4, so he did not miss on some other pitch value in his deck. But I don't think he's playing other cards on red. As the Cheerios Briar, 0 cost red cards only in the deck. And as Jan is thinking here, sound the alarm, put the block for 3, and is lightning press. Okay, so it's up to 7, blocking 3, he will be taking 4, but there is a Blossom of Spring available on the table, and there will be a swing with Reaping Blade following that. So he'll take 4 down to 2, and Kamil will want another card from Jan this turn. And this is exactly what happens. The Blossom of Spring is exactly for this moment when he wants to get the 1 swing with a weapon when he exactly needs that. And right now, if Jan is not able to present Kodachi, and probably 4
Arcane
or 5 as a finish.
In the hands. So he has a way of healing if he gets hit by an arcane damage specifically. I mean, Arcane Polarity allows you to heal anytime, but the maximum value it gets after being hit from the rune chant. So Sirens of the Safe Harbor, 2 block, gain life when it hits the graveyard. And I can't recall the last card in Janek's hand.
Probably a 3 block blue pitch, or maybe he's just missed it again. I couldn't see the card exactly, but he was out of the blue pitch for some time, and it's not what you want to see when playing Kodachi Ira. You're not benefiting from the Ira's ability, you're not benefiting from Kodachi's, and there are the Sirens that are put to block, probably, the red copy. He just says, I will basically block for 3, we don't change any life totals, and that's fine for both of them, and now we are going back to Jan's turn. And here it is, and it's a cut through.
Kamil has Stitch of Suffering in his hand, I think, as well as
that may actually be beneficial for Jan.
To the Arcane Polarity, possibly, but I think this card is not yet in the arsenal, so it's now or never. I mean, you'd be taking 1 but healing 4 in total.
I think Kamil is just checking Jan's graveyard if there were 2 Arcane Polarities or 1 Arcane Polarity left, or maybe he's checking for some option of throwing a dagger, but I don't think that there is any available in Silver Age.
I don't think so. I mean, there are some Syndra specific cards, but I don't think Ira is running them.
Yeah, but there's also no other way to pump this attack in Ira that you could be playing. There's a Razor Reflex.
There's a Legacy of Ikaru.
Okay, yeah, there's the plus
Plus
one.
one.
I agree with you. There is a Razor Reflex, but you require 1 resource for that. And there is Silva Suffering. And Jan is like, okay, that's actually great. I take 1 down to 1, and I heal for 4 up to 5. And now I'm in a much better situation. I hope that Janek just figures out that he should play this.
I mean, he'd be going down to 5, that's correct, but Kamil will be coming back to him with the 3 cards in hand.
And it all depends on the go against that he will be able to present.
Oh, wow.
And
Jan decides to not resolve it.
And I think it's a mistake. If it's Arcane Polarity and you're right about that.
I think so, yeah.
If you're right about that, then Jan will not be able to take any more arcane damage this game. If he takes 1 more, he's just dead. Maybe
he wants to wait Kamil out if he goes greedy and tries to
just kill with arcane damage.
Kill him with arcane damage.
I don't think it's a correct gameplay.
I'm not saying that it's correct as well, but yeah, burn up shock, and that's what Jan knew about. So that's unconditional 1 arcane, and
now it's arcane polarity, but he's at 1.
So it goes down to 2 and back to 1. I can't understand that. So now,
but he should have been on 4 right now.
Yeah,
and if he saw Born Up Shock, it's not like this card.
Jack be nimble.
Okay, and the Nimblism was used this game as a block card, so it's 4 go again, and it's if there is no on the horizon in hand to cover that breakpoint, it's 2 more cards taken away from Jan, and another probably with the card left in hand. And if Janek was here on 4, he could have worked around it in some way.
I mean, the fact that the burn up portion of the card was also played out, of course, doesn't help. But Kamil is forced to just throw attacks at Jan. It's a Ripping Blade. It's a 3 for free. So
yeah. And you just keep 1 card in
the deck in a possible fatigue scenario. But still, it's a little.
I think what
and look at what's in the combat chain from Janek's side. It's the Sirens of the Safe Harbor.
He will hear 1 after this combat chain closes. What I think happened with Arcane Polarity, Janek thought that he may not be able to heal because of the Reaping Blade, but the Reaping Blade allows you to heal if you are even on life with the opponent. Mm-hmm. Maybe he thought that he has to have lower life total, but I don't know what exactly I can maybe ask Jan later about that. But
unless I'm playing against Florian, which is like his go-to weapon, I always forget that
there's an ability.
There's an ability on a Reaping Blade. And I never thought about it when we were like thinking about whether Arcane Polarity is a correct play or not.
Yeah. But I believe they were even on live in the last turn.
Yeah, it was 2-2.
2-1 after Sigil. Yeah. So he was even lower. So this is not the case, I think. And there is another block. Blue block 3, gift the defense. Burn Up Shock is not connecting. And Jan is left with 1 card, and he's thinking what to do. If it's a blue, he can go Kodachi. If it's a 4, he can just throw 4 and wish that Kamil is having only 2 blocks, and he decides to just pass. Arsenal pass.
Okay, interesting.
Maybe he's looking for another on the horizon, as I believe he's playing 2 copies. And we'll see if there is any go again possible, or any buff, any... not like action cards that buff available. Ravenous Trouble, and that's a 4. And we've seen only 1 Lightning Press from Kamil, and Jan has to know that there is probably a second copy in the deck. And he's thinking, where is the moment that he should be afraid of that? Right now he uses 2 cards to block. We're using Razor Reflex, and there is a Snatch, only Snatch.
That's interesting. It's either block 3 and go back to 0, to 1. But as a person in our chat reminded us, Jan can't be at 1 because any other way of shocking him, even as an instant from the second copy of Burn Up and Shock, will be simply lethal. So right now it's Jan that is on clock because you have to be blocking yourselves, not only freeze, but you have to be covering 4. You have the threat of lightning press, and you have, even if you try to go down to 1, there's always a threat of getting shocked in response.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that in this turn with Arcane Polarity, the Burn Up Shock was on the top. And yeah, it was okay. It was in hand because he drew decision. It was his turn. Okay, now I get it. What happened actually? So Jan is having a little bit of a breakdown right now. I don't know if it's a breakdown or it's just heavy thinking from his side. Looking at his face, he's just thinking
And
what
there
he has.
is the lightning press.
He said no blocks. There is lightning press. There is probably something to respond, but that is not enough.
Oh wow, GG's.
That was a wax on, but it was not enough. And Kamil Żerek is actually going to our semifinals. And all of our rest of the games is already has already ended.
Yes.
So I'll just leave you here for a second, Mateusz. I'll see if the second semifinal is already starting, and I'll try to take those players on stream. So we'll give Kamil Żerek some space to not play on the stream all the time.
We'll catch a minute or 2 break and come back to you with another round in top 4 this time. Welcome back, guys. We're back with the top 4 of our ProQuest Plus. And for this match, well, decided that we're gonna feature Briar versus... Bravo. Okay, so it's a bit of a twist that both of these heroes we've seen previously. No, it's a Chain versus Bravo.
Long day, guys.
Sorry. So Paweł Sosnowski once again on stream 3 times today as a Chain player, and Adam Skruch coming back again to possibly eliminate another Chain player, as he did with Łukasz a couple of rounds before in a Swiss. Fist bump extended, and now we're...
Actually, when it comes to pummels, I saw that Adam won the top 8 against Valda, also pummeling the opponent. So there's going to be definitely some sweet action coming at reaction speed.
Furthermore, Paweł is starting. I think
Paweł had a higher seeding, so that was his choice to start. I think he just wants to generate more value with the Soul Shackles.
He most likely wants to generate a Soul Shackle, create a rune chant if this hand allows him to do that, and simply try to pass. So it doesn't allow Adam to get any more filtering. But he's sending an attack of is it yellow or red? I think.
Vexing Malaise. I think it's a blue one though.
I see. So interesting. Okay, so maybe it's the 2 copies. One Vexing Malice.
I think what's also really important is the fact that Adam only has 1 AB. So as long as Paweł will be able to play Vexing Malice again, there will be at least 1 point of damage that he can just make Adam just take, because there's no way for Adam to prevent it. However, Adam, as usual, is starting with some sweet disruption.
This card has a crushed effect, but it's re-announced Grandeur, and if the defending hero controls an aura token, which Runeblade generally does, well, there's no rune chance, but there's Soul Shackle being controlled on the side of Paweł, so re-announced Grandeur, of course, gets the +1. And the crush effect is more than relevant. When Renounced Grandeur reduces more than 4 or more damage to an enemy hero, the hero cannot create aura tokens during their next turn. It is especially crucial and brutal to resolve against Chain, since he wants to create both rune chants as well as Soul Shackles. So Paweł thinking on blocking that. Unfortunately, he cannot say no blocks and just proceed with his turn. So typical to the Chain style. So he's thinking about how he would like to put inside the banished zone. So we get to see another Chain activation, putting up another Soul Shackle, reading the runes, creating 3 rune chants, and giving it go again, of course, due to the Chain ability. And we've got I think we've got this, not Sigil of Stuffing, but reduced to rune chant, in the arsenal. And what's in the hand? Is it Arcane Casting? That currently is being held is Arcane Casting. And we get to see it once Paweł decides to either block or present these cards in form of a damage. Coming back to Adam, first activation of Bravo from his turn, and on quite a card, because it's Crush Confidence, that's currently being thrown for 9 with Dominate to Paweł. Paweł does have the last card that we had to encrypt from Paweł's hand was Envelop in Darkness, a non-attack action from Runeblade that creates a rune chant and boosts the next Rune Gate attack action for +3 with Go Again, of course. But coming back to the Crush Confidence that is being currently thrown towards Paweł, Paweł is able to cover that thankfully to the reduced rune chant that's being that was sneaky inside the arsenal. However, Paweł will be taking 3 damage from that one as well.
But it was just yet another crush effect that was dodged, so it's looking quite well for Paweł.
Paweł generated a lot of space for Adam with that off turn that he was taking to set up his banish. A Pummel and another card. So no cards with rune gates. There was a Pummel and
Definitely way, I think.
if that was
true.
a Deathly Whale, Pavel would be able to play it from the banished zone. That's why I think it wasn't a card with a
Okay.
rune gate. So right now, like I was saying, Pavel gave a lot of space to Adam previous turn. That's why Adam was able to resolve such a big attack with Bravo activation as well. Pavel coming right up with the Ebony Fault, classic get out of jail card when you have no cards in banished as chain or really want to get one of them inside the banished zone. But I think Pavel bricked up. He's got the Envelop in Darkness and another Rune Gate card that he won't be able to resolve from his hand, at least now, since he'll be using all the rune chants for this attack. So Envelop in Darkness will most likely be followed up by Chain activation, Phantom Banshee. So that's 5 Arcane into 7, and that's quite a turn. That's 13 damage. That's 12 damage threatened from Pavel's side, and it of course gets go again. And I don't know what Pavel will do with that last card in hand. I think it's a 2 or maybe even a free cost from the Runegate cards. It's a Phantom Wraith, I believe. Could be. We still get to see that. Maybe Pavel.
That was presented by Pavel. He first spaced 2 blue cards to prevent 4 rune chance. He also played a strong response, so it's like a nice use of all the cards in his hand.
And even though Pavel had Phantom Wraith in hand, he finally decides that the only reasonable thing he can do is, instead of arsenaling that, is throw the Nebula Blade for 2. And if you play the non-attack action card during the turn, which Pavel did, it swings for 4 on-hit critic and rune chant, which Adam meticulously did not allow to happen.
You can see that Adam actually turned face down. Yes, his headpiece. However, it only just gets -2 counters. It's not actually destroyed. However, it will no longer have any blocking value this game.
Adam decided to not take any form of damage from this Force Wing. It will be also generating additional value for Pavel in the form of rune chant. So Pavel decided that he will be throwing all of his equipment to cover that. And now we got some hits. We've got Deathly Delight. We've got Phantom Wraith again. So 2 cards with the rune gates, but Deathly Delight is okay-ish, but Phantom Wraith requires you to actually generate rune chants to use it from the banished zone. So that's another tricky situation for Pavel. We know that he has reduced rune chants in his hand, so that card will be going to the arsenal. But what's next for Pavel?
Well, he certainly has some math to do about how he wants to set up this turn. And as of now, Pavel has 3 Soul Shackles. So do you think you have it?
Yeah,
for
I'm
you?
I'm very, very, very glad about it. And coming back to our game though, Pavel used his gloves, resolved Enveloped in Darkness once again to get 2 rune chants, and then swing 2 rune chants and Phantom Wraith with Go Again from the chain activation, stacking up 4 Soul Shackles. So it's right now it starts to add up. Another activation of Soul Shackles, and after 2 or 3 turns, you're minus 10, 12, 14 cards in your deck. So that's a crucial number that you can't really
Ignore anymore.
Yep.
So right now Pavel needs to really think of how he will be able to possibly string some like huge turns, because if this keeps going in this direction right now, Adam's preserving his life total pretty well.
We can see that Pavel is not very happy about how the pace of the game is going. Adam just finds all the right answers when it comes to the defensive side of his deck, and Pavel right now is swinging the Nebula Blade once again to threaten 4 damage and then and a rune chant generation. So pitching 3 cards back into his deck, even though they were reds and most likely be usable in a form of attacks. Pavel is slowly but surely delaying the state that he'll be getting self-fatigued more and more. And he has quite a good starter in the banished zone still waiting for him. He's got Deathly Delight for that. I mean, it all depends what possibly Pavel will banish this turn. So Malefic,
Oh my
Deathly
god,
Whale.
like losing 2 Malefics is like a huge blow for Pavel for sure.
Definitely. And one of those Malefics is it's either it's yellow and red. And from that perspective, we can't really see which one, but we know for a fact that there was already one copy waiting before Pavel took them to the banish zone. So what I'm saying is 3 out of 4 copies of Malefic Incantation
Throughout the game. This really was a huge blow to the game plan for Pavel for sure.
Definitely. So Malefics allow all the, slower type-ish decks, such as Chains, such as Viscera, allowed them to generate enough rune chants to make sure that they will be able to use the rune gate cards.
Yeah, totally. So it's going to definitely be tricky for Pavel to try to pull something off. We can see that both of the players are currently sitting at comfortable 15 life. However, as the deck of Pavel is getting smaller and smaller, the situation is going to become tricky pretty soon.
Exactly. So Pavel resolving Spellblade Assault right now with the activation of Chain, creating yet additional Soul Shackle, giving the Spellblade Assault that he just sent go again. Spellblade Assault unconditionally created 2 rune chants for Pavel, and it looks like there will be the resolution for the Deathly Whale in the next step from the banish zone, as it looks like the Deathly Whale is in the yellow pitch. Oh, it's actually Deathly Delight for Pavel. That's interesting. So I think maybe the Deathly Whale that's in the banish zone is red, not yellow. Therefore, it would Pavel would need to generate 1 additional rune chant, which he was not able to do during his turn. So yeah, I mean, it's 5 and 2 rune chants on the back end, on the front end for now. So 7 damage, another 7 damage threatened, and Pavel has 3 cards in hand, so he can easily take care of the rune chants and most likely block Pavel out completely.
Yeah, totally, and he will still have a chance to just swing back with the hammer.
And that's Hold the Line or Reinforce the Line being played by Adam right now. Therefore, blocking for 4. Or is it a clash?
No. It was a card that was blocking for free, for sure. For Reinforce the Line, you would need to put another attack action card, and then you would have to add it to that as to bump the block value by 4.
Okay, Adam definitely wanted to retain some cards in his hand, since right now 2 Seismic Surges pop, the activation of Bravo, Flattering Showman, and now it's a Boulder Drop for 9 Dominate.
That's going to be really tricky for Pavel, because Boulder Drop in case the crash trigger happens, Pavel will need to put a card at the top of the deck. However, that also means that if this Boulder Drop crash effect will happen, Pavel will be able to actually set up whatever he wants off of the cards in his hand at the top of the deck, as to be able to play it off the Soul Shackles. So even though it seems to be like a tough spot, it might actually turn out to be more profitable for him to actually let the crash effect hit. Not that he has a lot of chances to actually block it out. I mean, he does have the reduced rune chant in the arsenal.
And Pavel just saying, you know what, I'll be taking 9
that's a lot
from
of
this
damage.
spot. And
I mean, there was no threat of pummel, so he knew that the crash effect was the only thing that was going to happen. And
I think so, yeah. But look at the life differences now. I think Adam, if he wants to, I think he's way too defensive player to do that. But if he wants to, he can switch back from playing on a defensive side and just start sending those dominated on hits towards Pavel. And
absolutely. And pummels were not played yet by Adam. We haven't seen them this game at all, meaning that there's a chance to actually not only just present the dominated attacks, but there can just be even more disruption presented from his side.
There won't be any pummels presented by Pavel, as well as we've seen a banishing of the second copy available in Pavel's deck. So, I don't want to write anything on the wall for Pavel, but it doesn't look good so far. He's got no rune chance. Sure, he's got 2 quite good attacks in the banish zone, that being Deathly Whales. But you still need rune chance to generate them.
Without the rune chance, he's not going to be able to play them. So he certainly needs to try to find a way to create more rune chance. As of now, he cannot do that from anything that he has presented on the table. He can slow down the situation with how prone he's going to be to fatigue, because he can still kill one of the soul shackles with the chest piece. But this sure looks like a tricky spot for Pavel.
Definitely. Well, another game that we see Adam playing as a Bravo facing Chain. We know Pavel is a local player of for Adam as well. They play at their local LGS, and same for Łukasz that Adam sent off in a turn in I think round 4 in Swiss. So I think they might have played it this matchup, but Adam is relentless. He's sending off a chain after chain because it looks like Pavel won't be able to find a space for him during this game to actually resolve that. So arcane casting now being played out to destroy it, and for that Pavel is using his chess piece. So right now he's got 3 rune chants at his disposal, resolving another Malefic.
Got the last copy of Malefic. It was okay. So we have a yellow Malefic in play.
Yeah, maybe let's not cross Pavel out. He took some time to figure this turn out.
I mean, good for him that he managed to draw that Malefic now.
Yeah, so creating 1 rune chance on the back end for Pavel, and now sending 3 arcane as well as 7 damage in form of Deathly Whale. He's got Soul Reaping in the arsenal, which might be huge for Pavel. But we still need to find out how he's planning to utilize that, as Adam just casually blocked all the incoming rune chants as well as all the incoming damage from Pavel's side.
And as Adam is right now sitting uncomfortable for it in life, he still has some time to be able to feel safe and just not worry about what's coming from Pavel. And we can see the attack with Nebula. So there is 1 rune chant and Nebula attack for 4 with on hit create a rune chant going Adam's way.
Yeah, so asking Adam once again, you don't really have the equipment anymore. How would you like to deal with that?
He does have equipment.
Oh yeah, he has a shield.
Absolutely, yes, as the Guardian players very often do. He has a shield with temper, so he's able to fully block Nebula. The shield's still not fully used yet. There's still 1 counter. There's still 1 block value there. So Adam managed to cover the Nebula attack fully. Okay,
so that's another 4-card hand being drawn from Pavel's side, but now the devastating thing comes in. So now, because Adam was left with no cards in hand, therefore he passed, and I think now Pavel is gonna resolve the Soul Shackles. So, and I think those Soul Shackles stacked up to 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a hit. Another.
Okay.
5, 6. Another hit. So that's a 4 cards in Banish. That being Phantom Banshee. That being Deathly Delight. That being Phantom Wraith. But I think he's missing the 1 card to send the Soul Reaping for free. But he can still send it for 1 or 2, deciding which card he would like to use. And he still has a rune chant available. I don't know. Even though that Pavel has some arsenal at his disposal, it feels like it all came up too little, too late to be able to scrap out of this situation.
Yeah, I can see him shaking his head like he's not happy that it came that late. I mean, this is the turn that all the math is going to be mathing right now, because Pavel is going to have to try to figure out if there's a chance to deal enough damage to be able to close out the game. Because if he won't be able to close out the game this turn, basically it's over for him, as his deck will be just gone in a moment.
And yeah, so Adam patiently waiting. He knows that this turn might take a while from Pavel's side. Not because Pavel is slow with his calculations, just
No, it's
because
just he has so many cards to work with. I mean, they also have unlimited time, but in this case, like the amount of cards that Pavel is working with, there is absolutely crazy amount of math that needs to happen to be able to try to finish the game.
Okay, so he's counting everything up. Adam just taking a bit of his time, since Pavel is thinking anyway, to check what's possibly left in Pavel's hand, what's left in Pavel's deck in general. And
I think what Adam was looking for is if there was any other way to create multiple rune chants by Pavel this turn, but there isn't anything like that in the graveyard. The last Malefic is currently in play, sitting at 1 counter. So this is certainly a really tricky spot for Pavel. He needs to try to find a way to close out this game, but I don't want to sound grim. However, it does not look great for Pavel.
exactly, and I'm surprised. Chain being that one premier peak of the Silver Age format, and it's being shown throughout multiple tournaments across the globe that were held. Although today in Akihabara, next to the calling was a Battle Hardened in Silver Age being held as well, and the winner was Oldhim actually, but the bracket was stacked with chains. I think there was 2 Oldhims, 1 Ira, so that's 3 players in total in top 8, and that would make up to 5 chains.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot. And it certainly looks like the Guardians seem to be the gatekeeper of chains. As long as they, as chain players, do not manage to get like some really good hits from the Soul Shackles at the early turns, it's becoming pretty hard for them to just be able to go through the wall of relentless blocking abilities of Guardians.
Okay, so right now, Pavel is using Chain ability to create another Soul Shackle, but most likely just to give this Spellblade Assault go again, creating 2 rune chants on the backhand, as well as dealing 1 Arcane in the form of a rune chant, and 4 damage with go again. Also, the Malefic incantation expires, creating yet another rune chant for Pavel, totaling it up to a sum of 3, which is workable. Now the patience play is still on Pavel, as Adam takes a bit of his time to calculate out, okay, you did that, so what's the next thing that can come at my face, and how do I not die during this turn? But to be fair, it must have been a banger of a turn in form of damage from Pavel to save himself from fatiguing out in this matchup.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if we look at the life total, Adam has like 13 life to work with. He's just, typical blocking ability would be at least 12 from the cards. So, and he still has the armor in the form of the shield to be able to cover up some damage. So that means that basically Pavel would have to deal about 30 damage to be able to kill Adam, and it doesn't look like this is going to be the case with, I mean, as many great cards Pavel has. It is like too much pressure with the blocking abilities of Adam to be able to go through that. Pavel would have to be able to create way more rune chants to be able to actually pull it off. And even though he has like quite some value in this turn, I don't think it's going to be enough to be able to go through the walls of relentless blocking duty of the Guardian.
So Crash and Bash covering the Spellblade Assault completely, and out Phantom Banshee coming for 3 Arcane as well as a 7 physical. So Adam immediately pitching a blue to prevent 3 of the Arcane. I mean, sorry, yellow one to prevent 3 or 2 of the Arcane coming towards him. And now there's a 10 damage, I believe, coming towards Adam. He can safely block it out. Of course, he might lose some damage. Some life. But I think that would be all.
Yeah, all Adam needed to do was to make sure he's not going to die. As long as he's not going to die, he will be able to draw another hand. He will be able to block some more should the need arise, and it really is looking like the game's going to be closed in a second, and that will mean we'll be facing a Guardian versus Kano. What do you think about this? Are you excited about Guardian versus Wizard?
I mean, it sounds pretty one-sided.
Absolutely.
Since it's the Wizard versus Guardian type of matchup.
It never sounds good for Guardian, honestly.
Usually it's very Guardian favored, but if there is someone that can beat the Wizard, I think it's Adam, as he did
totally.
in Bitgosh with winning his RTN against the Verdants, RCR. So, same story. Wizard against the Guardian matchup, but he managed to win. So, but let's not cross Pavel out yet. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way for him.
Absolutely. Let's give him time to do the math with the cards that he has left.
You know, he's got Vexing Malice, he's got Spellblade Assault, he's got Phantom Banshee, and the Soul Reaping in Arsenal that's never been used so far. Interesting. As Pavel thinks on how to give it a go again, I assume. Or possibly how to just way too. I think there's way too little damage to for Pavel in Pavel's hand, which is in the end Pavel's deck, to be able to threaten Adam. This Spellblade Assault gives 2 rune chance again. It's swinging for 1. Sorry. No, 4. It's a red one. Red copy.
Again,
okay,
yes.
I thought we're in the blue territory. So on the edge of their seat, committed to blocking, Adam will most likely be taking 1 from that Spellblade Assault. And he would be falling down to 5. I mean, I don't know. It's not a lot of life for Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. He still has 3 cards in his hand. He still has 1 block available in the shield for him.
2 runes are generated on the back end from this Spellblade Assault activation and resolution. Therefore, it is very tricky for Pavel to think it through. So Adam has what we can assume 9 block in his hand, in a form of attacks.
Absolutely.
At least 1 or 2 cards will be blue, most likely. So he will have a way of efficiently dealing with the arcanes. So that would mean that with the usage of the buckler, Pavel Adams has like 10 value for blocking.
Yes.
Phantom Banshee, Phantom Wraith coming right now with 2 rune chance, as well as Hocus Pocus possibly being resolved. Oh no, Maverick Sky, sorry. So it's 6 go again, creating, resolving the rune chance so far. Adam is still thinking about that one. And I think with, oh wow. Wait a second. Adam blocks it out. 2 rune chance being taken. I think Pavel's got it.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he does.
It's got one. It's 1 more go again, and now he'll pitch the last Vexing Malice for the Soul Reaping.
Oh my god,
And
he
he's
actually
got
got it.
GG! Wow.
So we're going to have 2 arcane damage heroes in the finals. That was looking so intense, honestly. I really did not believe that Pavel was going to be able to pull it off, but like he managed to get so many good cards of the Soul Shackles in the last few turns that he managed to actually get enough value. And we can honestly say that Adam had all the value in the world when it comes to blocking abilities. However, what did not happen was Adam did not have a chance to actually attack with any kind of attack and pummel Pavel. So without the disruption of the sword.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what I said previously, that since Pavel was at such a low health points, maybe the way to win this game was to pivot out to more aggressive approach.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to honestly, for working with like virtually 6 cards, Pavel dished out a ton of damage towards Adam during this last turn.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely crazy game. And let's not forget, he was working basically with nearly no Malefic incantations in the deck.
Definitely. So as of now, we can see that both Paweł Sosnowski and Artur Wysocki are currently in the finals of our ProQuest Plus being held here at Gdańsk. And it's Kano versus Chain. It's either way going to be a quick one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not going to be like a lot of blocking duty as we did see it in the games with the Guardians. So,
It's going to be all gas, no brakes for either Paweł or Artur,
Totally,
depending
yes.
which one will be able to find the necessary pieces of the puzzle to finish the opponent quickly. So with that, we'd like you to take you for a very quick and brief pause, an intermission that will allow us to invite our finalists to the caster booth, to the streamer booth and
Absolutely.
cast their game. So
if you missed Kano or Chain, now is your chance to, reunite with your friends, with your favorite heroes, and see them once again live on stream.
in a Silver Age format. So thank you for tuning in for those semifinals, and we're gonna meet each other hopefully in a minute at finals. Welcome back in the finals of ProQuest Plus being held today next to Battle Hardened that happened yesterday here at the beautiful Polish city of Gdańsk. It's Dovi here. I'm here with Pepe.
Hello, and I would like to welcome you to the matchup in the final that I think is quite interesting. One hero is probably expected to be in the finals, the Chain.
Yep.
I think it's the hero that dominated the Silver Age across the world. But the other hero is quite a surprise. It's the Kano, a fellow wheeler that recently got banned in Classic Constructed, but it is doing pretty well in our ProQuest Plus. Yeah, the Sage format. My friends, both of the finalists are actually my friends from Krakow, and one of them is playing the Kano, and it was quite popular in Krakow to trying to crack the Kano build.
Format.
And the format, yes. So I think it will be quite interesting. I think it will be pretty fast match to watch, but I think pretty interesting.
I've heard that Paweł is really prepared for that. Paweł possibly packs AB3, Spellvoid 2 into the Kano, and many of you might think that Kano is the favorite one in this matchup since Chain is trying to go fast and blitz through Kano, but actually by the defensive value that Paweł wants to bring to this matchup from experts, from other Kano players, I've heard that it's actually like 20-30% for Kano actually to win this.
Yeah, like the usual Kano playing in Classic Constructed is just making a comboter that kills the opponent in one turn, and it's Silver Age, it doesn't look the same. In Silver Age, you actually have to play 1, 2, 3 turns and try to push as many arcane damage as you can, and you cannot do the 1 kill turn in Silver Age format. And we have our players on stream. Actually, the arts of the heroes are the other way around. Oh, no, it's correct. It's correct. Sorry, I don't know why I think it was messed up. So, Artur Wysocki on Kano, both of the players from Krakow, and Paweł Sosnowski on Chain. We've seen Paweł earlier today a few times on stream, and it's the first appear of Artur. And yeah, I think we can jump to the gameplay. Artur dared me to say Peppo people on stream, so I just make it done and we can try to start the match. And we see AB3 and Spellvoid 2 as expected by you, Mateusz, on the Chain side, and we can see pretty standard build in equipments on the side of Artur. We have 2 beckoning pieces, 1 cloak that can give you 1 additional mana in your opponent turn, and opt 2 on the helmet piece. And we start with Artur Wysocki going first, and Emeritus Scolding going with for 5 with Crucible activation, and Paweł can get rid of 3 of this damage and take 2 on the turn 1.
That's quite something since we know Paweł has only it's allowed, so he's got AB3, allowing himself to filter his hand, taking 2. Artur ends this turn with an arsenal, and it's going to be passed away to Paweł priority right now.
Yeah, I think that hitting the Soul Shackles from Chain side is pretty important in this matchup, because he still has to threaten enough damage versus the Kano to kill him as fast as possible, because Kano just needs some time to kill you. He will just throw Emeritus Scolding's Reds in your turn for probably 7 and other stuff like that. And we'll just have to see if Paweł can present enough tempo during the game, and we will just see how it goes. And we start with Deathly Whale, I believe.
Deathly Whale simply resolve from hand with a Go Again ability from the Chain activation that was used before that. So it's currently 6 Go Again. And
if this hits at the end of the combat chain, Paweł would be able to generate 1 rune chant, or if anything other hits or makes Artur lose life in this combat chain. Right now it's just block 3, and Paweł ends it with read the runes to generate 3 rune chants to be able to use some rune gates in the next turn.
Yep. So he'll be banishing one, and if that one is especially a Runegate card, he'll be able to use it. Right now, activating Crucible of Aetherweave and sending Aether Quickening for, you've guessed it, 5 Arcane towards Pavel. Oh wow, this Kano deck is really oppressive if you don't have A-B suite that you will be packing into it.
Yeah, and like Pavel is probably prepared to just block 3 out of it, because if you don't, and if you just break on the blue cards, you just go down too quickly to pick up the tempo with Kano, because if Kano still can play in your turn and find these aggressive 7 arcane spells and probably follow it up with snapbacks, it's additional 3 that can be played on instant speed. And I think Pavel took 5. Pavel took 5. I think he's happy with his hand. He knows this is outside of the range to be killed by Kano for now. 13. I think that actual range is something around 16, but Spell Voice 2 and some cards to work around to pitch for AB is quite okay for him. And we'll see what he can present. The Soul Shackle at the start of the turn was missed. Banishing Vexing Malice, that is not a Blood Debt card, and it cannot be played from Banner's Zone, but it is still a 5-card hand. You can see an Arcane Cuffing in Arsenal that can be destroyed if we target it with any spell that destroys an aura. But Pavel is not playing the chest piece to do it, and he has to do it some other way. Maybe he can deal some damage to the opponent.
Of course, yeah. It's Arcane Casting. It's whenever you deal or are dealt damage, you destroy this, and once it's destroyed, it generates free rune chant, but it's only during your turn. So
yeah, if it gets destroyed, so if you are dealt damage in your opponent turn, it will just get destroyed. And right now, Pavel is asking if he's responding before this is on the table, and for some reason, yes, but you know
what do you mean for some reason?
Because this is not dealing damage, I forgot about that, and dealing damage right now. It actually makes sense, because if you hit Pavel with something in his turn after the Arcane Casting is already in the board, he'll be creating free rune chance.
Yeah.
So if you want to do it, you just need to. You should do it right now.
Exactly. So Cindering Foresight being resolved from R2 side, opting.
I think it's a red one, so we are opting 3 and amping 1, because the colors on this card currently change the number of cards you're opting. We'll see what Arthur thinks. It's a quick game in terms of turns, but I think players have to think about every turn for some time, as every little mistake, especially from Kano, can mean missing a lot of value.
Of course.
Pavel as well, of course. Like, you have to line up those turns correctly as an aggro Runeblade player. But I think there are more decisions from side of Arthur, like, opt free, you have informations, you have 4 cards in hand, 3 cards to look at, decide top or bottom. Maybe we are digging for something bigger.
Yeah, keep in mind that wherever you keep with opt, you can use Kano ability to banish, like Ether Spindle right now. And the rewind? It's Exploding Aether.
Yes, so it's amp 3 basically for the next spell. And right now we have amp 4 and Ether Spindle ready to be sent, as well as Crucible activation as a weapon to amp it even more. So it's 4
proc used,
4 amp into attack for 9 arcane, and every hit that Pavel will receive will end up in opt of that many. So if Pavel takes
it's 10
5,
currently.
it's 8. 5?
Oh yeah, 5 plus 3, sorry.
5 plus 5, 4 plus.
Yeah, it's
4.
5 plus 3. So it's 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. So if Pavel takes 5, it's opt 5, and Arthur can just look at the 5 top cards and probably pick the only blue ones to stay at his hand, and then move to the next turn.
As an instant.
I think it's just for Spell Void,
yeah.
And Pavel says nothing more, so he will be receiving 6. And it's opt 6 for Arthur.
Quite ballsy.
I think Pavel just calculated that maybe he's able to threat lethal this turn, and if that means threat lethal, maybe Arthur doesn't have enough blocks to survive. But we'll see.
That'll be something, since he's got no action card with Runegate keyword in the banished. I mean, Arthur look at like half of his deck, what feels like. So Pavel is banking a lot on this. If Pavel is if Pavel doesn't kill Arthur right now, and keep in mind that he has Blade Beckoners at his disposal. I mean, it's not a lot of armor, but it's still something. He's at 7.
Yeah.
It's quite a danger zone for Pavel, I'd say.
Yeah, Pavel needs to send a lot this turn, and we know that Arthur is out of range to kill Pavel this turn, but if he survives it, he's in a good spot. But right now, it's 10 going into way. Oh, it's 9, sorry. It's Banshee, and it's 9 total coming Arthur's way. He's taking 3 Arcane and probably blocking with equipment as he grabs for it, and he blocks 5. So he will be taking 1. The Arcane casting popped, and 3 more rune chants are generated for Pavel to deal 3 more damage probably this turn. He's left with 1 more card in hand. There's also Arm Piece ready to be popped to generate 1 more rune chant, and we'll see how Pavel will end this turn. I don't think there is much left, and Pavel just says pass. So he's preparing rune chants for the next turn to generate, to be able to send more rune-gated cards, and arsenaling 1 card. Still Show Shackles should probably hit something, but
I mean,
it can be tricky.
It can be tricky. There are some cards that won't be able to hit the banish. I mean, they will be hitting banish zone regardless, but they won't have the rune gates, like Malefics.
And read the runes.
Read the runes.
Yeah, so you were correct.
A bit on the unlucky side for Pavel, since that's 3 cards banished right now, and 3 of them are non-rune gate. Pavel clearly not happy about it, but what we need to think about is he took one hell of a beating last turn to set up, and he didn't do much. I'm sorry to say that.
Arthur
but
is quite healthy right now for what the turn from Pavel looked like, so Pavel still need to figure out how to push more damage, and he needs to be he need to know that from this on, if Arthur uses the opt 2, he can find Scaldings on the top, and with 2 Scalding is just enough for Pavel to be dead. Soul Ripping, not banishing the rune gate. Sorry, the blood. I'm so tired after this.
Rune gate.
No, not only rune gate, but blood depth card. So it is paid for free, but it is not generating any resources. And it's 6 go again. It's something. 3 rune chants were already dealt to Arthur, so he's on 8, and the 6 is coming his way, with Pavel having 2 more cards in hand, 1 in arsenal.
I mean, he can try to bait Pavel into sending another attack and leaving a card in hand. Spellblade Assault is in the arsenal, so but taking that 6 it means going down to 2. So the very next attack that will be going towards your face as a Kano player will be lethal.
Yeah, and it's always the point on Kano's side thinking, should I block it? Should I make it 1 more turn?
Okay,
can I survive
knows the answer, and the answer is no. I will be going down to 6.
And
down to 2.
And now is the crucial point. Either Arthur decides to block, or Arthur decides to kill Pavel.
I mean, I'm sorry. I never played much of Kano. I tried a game or 2, so by no means I'm a Kano aficionado. But at that point, I think regardless of the hero playing, it's all gas no brakes. Especially when you're playing Wizard. I've played some amount of Verdance, and I know that with that, it's like if I'm taking that amount of damage, it means I can kill you. I think we have to think how Pavel will react to that.
And I think that's a very good information to Arthur right now, because there is just 4 coming your way. It generates 2 rune chance, but this damage won't be dealt to you this turn. It's only 4. So I think Arthur is surprised that he can just give 1 card away, use 2 to deal damage in his turn, arsenal 1 card, and
with
try to finish
bolt?
Pavel next turn. Yeah, Voltic Bolt. So with Crucible, it's 6 arcane. And Pavel takes at least 3 from that. Of course, there can be Arcane Polarity if Pavel plays this, and he can gain some health.
If Scalding Rain being resolved?
Yeah, it's being blocked here, so Arthur going down to 1, 3 cards for him.
Do you think Pavel runs Arcane Polarity in his list?
I think Arcane Polarity in this meta is, for Silver Age, pretty necessary, but as we check, he is not running Arcane Polarities. So that means there is no way for him to heal on instant speed during his opponent's turn or even his turn.
Pavel taking 3 as we predicted.
And 4 is just the perfect spot for Kano to just finish off his opponent.
We might see Archer taking it down. We've got Amp. Oh wow. But it's a pretty red hand from Archer's side, I believe.
And Pavel hits 3 rune-gated attacks, but I think he would be much more happier if he had that one turn before. Right now, I think he can't even utilize all 3
It's
cards.
an action. Arthur can always try to stop him if he feels like.
And there is nothing threatening him right now, so he just waits for Pavel to just finish off what he wants to do. Now, quick calculating what is the situation, and there is a Cindering Foresight.
From the Arsenal. Oh wow.
It's opt 3 because the red one, and I see Emeritus Scalding, and I think that might be even enough. It's the red copy. It will be amped by 2. If it's red, it's coming for 8, and that's enough. If it's blue, it's coming for 6, and Pavel can still survive. So it depends on if there is any amp in the hand, if there is any big attack left in this opt 3. Let's see what Arthur decides. And I wanted to mention just pretty quickly, Pavel Sosnowski is a winner of the Commoner Gold Foil event in Osaka, so it's experienced player in a similar format, I would say, format that evolved together with Blitz into the Silver Age that we have right now. So we see that this player just knows how to behave, how to work on this on similar formats, and we don't know exact result of Cindering Foresight, but the opt 2 is right now on the table. And we'll see what the next 2 cards that Arthur is looking are and where they end. I think the Emeritus Scalding is on top of the deck. Cindering Foresight giving amp 1, and probably Kain Activation is coming next.
Yeah, Emeritus. Crucible of Etherweave into Emeritus Scalding. I think it's a blue one, or is it a red one? Is that...
It's 8, and
8.
that's enough. I think it's GG. Okay,
GG.
Great performance by both of the players. Arthur takes down the ProQuest Plus in Gdańsk, and it's just amazing to see those 2 players smiling and being happy of playing it together. Like they knew they played it I think Filip Mikołajczyk stays with us because even if he's going home right now. But it's just great to see those 2 players here. They knew exactly how the game would work. Just Arthur hit what he had to hit. Pavel was unfortunately not fast enough to end it in time for him.
He did not banish anything from the first activation of Soul Shackles, and then the second activation also did not hit anything. So that was 3 cards from the top of the deck, and none of them were... cards of Rune-Gate, therefore not allowing him to send bigger turns towards
and those
Arthur.
3 Rune-Gated cards in the end were just not enough because he was already too low to finish it. And a great performance by Arthur. We didn't see him yesterday, but today, just on one stream, he came out, started with the first game on stream, is the finals of the ProQuest Plus, and he's taking it all home and winning the ProQuest Plus Gold Foil, which is either Majestic, Rare, or Common. So I think we just move to the end of the stream today. We'll not be making any, or we want to make a quick talk with our winner.
Well, we want to first and foremost thank you all for watching us throughout yesterday and today. That was quite a blast. Yesterday we had a fanfare of action when it comes to Classic Constructed. In the end, after... it was 10 rounds in total, I believe.
Yeah.
Filip Mikołajczyk turned out to be the best player in the room, Pyrotic Syndra. Congrats to him once again. And today, his friend, teammate, Artur Kitecki, as well, piloting Kano, took down the ProQuest Plus. So both players from Krakow. Well, I mean, Krakow seems like a pretty good city if you want to go there. And
I would say that's even the best in Poland, but some players would not agree with me.
Well, if we're speaking about level of Flesh and Blood, of competitive Flesh and Blood, I agree with you 100%. But if we're speaking about quality of living, that's another story, but we'll not get into that.
We'll talk about it sometime else.
So that was amazing casting and commentating that for you. I think we'll ask the winner if he wants to come up and do some interview with us. If he says yes, we'll take him for a quick spin and some couple of heartwarming words, hopefully, because he just won the gold foil, and with that he also won the PTI for the possibly next Pro Tour will be held in Japan, in Yokohama.
Or maybe you just keep it for the next big event, Tier 4 event in Europe. So yeah, he can just spend it however he wants. That's the great about PTI.
Yep. So that will be all for us for now. We want to thank you once again for staying with us, for tuning into the stream. We had amazing viewers in the peak. It was very much fun to communicate with you throughout the chat on the stream and relieve all those emotions that we had during the games together with you. It was a pleasure. It was a blast. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for viewing. And hopefully, see you next time.